Hello! I arrived here! We have met before. My name is Kaiko. Thanks for joining me. Sorry about that. Microphone. I'll get it fixed someday. Also, what do you think of this filter? Is it too much? I was messing with it. Let me take it off. Let me make it more spooky for the scary stories. I'm a demon. Yeah, I'm a demon. Yeah, I hear with that. Welcome back, everybody. How is your Friday? I'll leave it off right now. I realized as I turned on Streamlabs that the story time room that I set up was not in Streamlabs. Ah, dang it. What happens when you're trying to set up two different streaming service platforms. Pengu, welcome back. Send me whatever stories you have. I will read them tonight. In addition to whatever stories I have. I did not turn on the overlay. There we go. Scuffed already. Crusader, welcome back. How are you today? Liv Kai's animation. I know, isn't it cute? It's perfect. He sent 2 stories, okay. Red, welcome back. How are you today? Yes, you running around. Yeah, with a plushie. I think Vinny got him for him out of the claw machine. You're working on story number 3, by the way? I'm happy to hear it. I am the goat. I am goated. At what? I can't tell you. Maybe just make it a little darker? Like this? But like, I don't know how to adjust it in Streamlabs. I was thinking this would work because this is like a horror filter, but I don't know. I don't know how to dim the lights in Streamlabs. I need to go back to OBS. Looks like a spooky film. Yeah. I'm the goat of everything. I've had this. I'm gonna drink a Red Bull. I've had it in my fridge for like... The Red Bulls expire. I won't tell you when it's Best Buy and you don't ask. How about that? I'm gonna drink it. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's a white can. I don't know what that means. It's the coconut edition. That was a coconut berry. Is coconut a berry? Is this one of those bamboozle things where they name it a nut, but it's a berry? Is it a fruit? It's just a fruit, right? Or is it not a... Does coconuts have seeds in it? No, right? Like the outside is the seed, right? How do coconuts work? My whole background's fine either way. I just wanted it a little bit like spooky or darker since we read scary stories. I don't want it all bright and fun. But the only other one we can go to is like the concert hall and... Or games, but, you know, it's just black screen. I mean, I started setting up one, but it doesn't have anything in it except for the background. Boma, welcome back. How are you today? Pretty sure that Red Bull's past expiration date is actually better for you? I hope so. My day was long. I had to go to the dentist again for my bite splint, and it again didn't fit, so they scanned my teeth for the 3rd time. So I'll go back in another 3 weeks and see if this time, maybe this time, I can get something to support my jaw. But we'll see how that goes. I have my doubts. Maybe 3rd time's a charm. And then I didn't sleep last night because I was too anxious about having to wake up to go to the dentist. Not because I don't like the dentist, it's the waking up part. I'm always afraid that I'm going to miss appointments. Because I have done that before. It does taste like coconut and berries. Like generic berry flavor. Number 5. This case, Red Bull is going to give you wings because it's going to kill you for being so expired. It's fine. I mean, there's even an open one in there. I probably should get rid of that one. Time makes a fool of us all, doesn't it? I hope everything will be fine with my jaw. Yeah, it's just... So I don't grind my teeth, but I clench my jaw in my sleep. And it makes my jaw pop. It hurts more than anything. It causes headaches sometimes, but for the most part, it's not too bad. Or Shadow, hello! Welcome to the stream, how are you today? You making a fool of yourself? Just time. Time makes a fool of me. It's like, I bought this a couple months ago. It's been years, Kaiko. I just got the ham yesterday. It's been a year and a half, Kaiko. Oh. You have a cracked tooth because of that? Yeah, I want to avoid that. And also, it's hard to chew sometimes because of it. Like, especially first thing in the morning. If I eat breakfast, it pops non-stop. It can be dangerous if you grind your teeth too much when you sleep. Yeah, I don't grind. I just clench. It's like I bite down and don't let go. You just woke up? Well, good morning. You exposed Tammy to raw energy? We're all doomed. No, 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 no. He's safely aging in the fridge still. On top of what I think was refried beans. Or maybe baked beans. Some kind of beans, I'm pretty sure it was beans. And then on top of ham is some gravy that's relatively new. Last week, I think? He's just really mixed in with everything. He's elevated though, so he's getting closer to the freezer. Yeah, my jaw does do that. I have a science experiment going on in the fridge. Yep. I'm seeing if I can grow new life from old life. They eat the ham for $1 gazillion. You wouldn't even be able to have the money, Red. You'd die. You're somehow tired, but you don't really want to go to sleep? Isn't it really late, though? It's got a little bit, I don't know what. 2? Something like that? 2 or 3 for you? You already have? Pretty damn close. Was? Beans? I mean... Somebody ate it, just not me. And they still exist in that bowl. Which is glass, unfortunately. Not to say I couldn't toss it, it just would be a shame, you know? When everybody see ham, don't worry, I have plans in the next couple of months. Ham might be revealed. It depends. It's gonna be a goal for something bigger. I'm not gonna eat it. Nobody's eating ham. Had a busy week. Lots more paperwork than usual. I understand. My week was not really busy. I did do adulting quite a bit yesterday and today. Well, not so much today. I did a little adulting today. Mostly yesterday, though. I got a lot of stuff done. And then I sat down to get OBS set up. And I got distracted by short stories instead. So here we are in Streamlabs. A ham cam! You know how some streamers have like a little pet cam? That they have set up so that you can see their pets as they walk up on like the desk or something like that. Maybe I should just get a ham cam and just put ham under the camera. Like change him into a different bowl so he has a see-through lid. And every day you can check in on see how ham is doing. That would be something. I'll keep that in mind. It's too bad I couldn't run like a camera to the fridge. Then you could have a Kaiko fridge cam. You can see what kind of mess that is. Is the ham as the cam? And the cam as the ham? Do you want me to stick ham in my phone holder and then put my phone in the fridge? Man, that would be stinky. I think I'd have the police called on me if something died in my apartment. Ominous Latin chanting plays very quietly while the ham cam is on. You're getting confused? That's fair. You see, or Shadow, I have a slice of Christmas ham in my fridge that has now been there for 1.5 years. It's gross. But at this point, I'm too afraid to throw him away. Like I said, time makes a fool of us all. Well, you see, like I thought about it in October. I'm like, wow, that's really been there a long time. But then it was so close to Christmas. It was like, he's almost 1 year old. We should keep him. And then here we are. Oh, it's almost May. It might come alive. Yeah, I think we were talking the other day. He might take over Amazon and put all of humanity into slavery. And I would be so proud of him if he did that. Or maybe was the president. I would vote for him. Ham for president. President Ham. Yeah, I like that. How old? He's now old enough to hold a grudge. He is very well taken care of. He's on top of beans and under gravy. Can you ask for a better life as a slice of cooked ham? Is that when we think Ham's gonna be a better president? It's true. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. I also have a very special story today, not just from Pengu, because Pengu has been writing his little penguin heart out. So we have some stories there, and I looked up some more creepypasta and just some like general short stories. But I think I mentioned it before. I found a website that does like AI generated stories. You just give it prompts, or you can like, I don't know if you guys ever did this in school with like drawing or writing stories, but like someone would start a story and then you would continue it and pass it on to the next person and so forth and so on until it came back to you, and you just continue adding the story and just see where it goes. Basically, that's what the AI and I did in this story, and it's a beautiful story. Go-san, welcome back. How are you today? It's a cute fox. Ham can at least do something. And if nobody wants to listen, all it has to do is pop its lid. They'll listen. You know, or I guess be consumed by spores. They'll fall in line. You're okay? I'm glad to hear it. I am also doing very well. I've got a coconut berry Red Bull that's past its expiration date, and I am happy. I have to go to the store tomorrow too for karaoke. I gotta be prepared for that. This weekend is a busy weekend. Story time tonight, karaoke tomorrow, and then Overwatch competition on Sunday. Or I think a long stream on Sunday too. And then next week, I think we're gonna play Redfall. The new game's coming out finally. It's a multiplayer vampire hunter, monster slayer, first person shooter kind of thing. And then that's on Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Killing Floor with Foobs. I played Killing Floor exactly one time on the PlayStation 4. This will be a better experience, I'm pretty sure. During that, you go 6 days for Super Saiyan. I'm okay with that. I get shit done. I get all the stuff done. I have so many things to do. I have a lot to get done. You drink it because you always wanted to have a hairstyle. Go hairstyle. Goku. Okay. The Goku hairstyle with the when it turns gold. I've never seen Dragon Ball, but I get some of the references, like the very main references. But I think he flies, doesn't he? Or like zooms. So I think I'd get a lot of stuff done if I did that. If that happened, I'd be okay with it. You had the power, all the power. That's my best evil laugh. You're welcome. You're welcome for that experience. Once drank spoiled milk, but only realized it after it was already empty. Ooh. Like, how spoiled are we talking, Suba? The part is, your body was like, I don't care. Drink is drink. I think as long as it's like the rule of thumb, and maybe it's just because I grew up very poor and milk was a commodity that it is spoiled very quickly. As long as it was like within that week, it was probably fine. My mom was always like, just smell it. Does it smell bad? Yes, it's milk. Milk smells bad. It always smells bad to me. I don't know the difference between spoiled milk and regular milk. It just smells bad. Speaking of collabs, you don't know if Tofu mentioned it, but she said she'd love to do a Soul Link Nuzlocke with you. Oh, Jesus. Well, if Tofu wants to do it, I have to. It's the rule. I don't know how to do it, but we'll figure it out. Only expired food. A few times you can't smell if it's bad, but nothing happened, luckily. Yeah, I think there's a few items in my fridge that you can tell is bad. You don't have to smell it to know. It's normal food. It shouldn't be fuzzy. And some of that does have fuzz on it. Ham, I don't know if ham is fuzzy anymore. I'm sure ham was fuzzy at one point. Now it's just gray. Maybe a little green. Like a gray-green. From what I can tell. I haven't opened it yet. Like, breaking the seal on some time capsule. It was already spoiled enough to smell really bad. Don't ask you how you could ignore it. I don't know how you could ignore it. I guess if it's really spoiled, it stinks worse than normal milk stink. And then you can really tell if it starts to get chunky. Ugh. Just throw out the fridge? Yeah, I know. Honestly, there have been points throughout the entire apartment. I'm like, if I burn the apartment down, just my apartment, and rebuild, and then I don't have to worry about any of this stuff anymore. In the fridge, build a new one. It's perfect. Don't remind you, Suba, was the milk chunky? No, you need your apartment. Yeah. Plus my computer's in here. And I mean, sometimes I would like to set it on fire, but I need to have a backup before that happens. Maybe next year, after some financial stability happens, maybe I'll do like a computer building stream. Like, like Dom does stuff, only you just see a hand cam. You get to see my beautiful nails. They're not beautiful right now because they're not painted. But when I do paint them, they're very beautiful. No Post, welcome back. How are you today? You like stories? What's this story? There's lots of stories. Right now we're just talking about ham. It's Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. I was gonna do this story time on Sunday, but Friday makes more sense because most people have to work Monday. So some of you can stay up a little bit longer and listen to the spooky stories. Though we're gonna start with the funny one. It wasn't intentionally written to be funny, but it came out really funny, in my opinion. Let me scroll up so I have Pengu's story. Is Saturday for you? happy weekend. I think it's nearing Saturday for everybody on that side of the planet. It's still only 8 p.m. here. Well, 8:30. Rushy, welcome back. How are you today? President Ham. Yes. And people will be like, what does HAM stand for? That's his name. His name is Ham. It's Ham Admiral Murasaki. That's what we named him. Ham for short. You're okay? I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing very well. Very well. Need to have more confidence if you talk about ham. Just yell out loud. Ham! It's ham! Like the it's corn kid. It's corn! It's ham! It's got the juice! Ugh. Ham does have juice. No, juice has to have ham. Or something like that. A story about the Hamageddon? Pengu? Do something! I challenge you. Your next short story, your next horror story should be about Hamageddon. I'm working on it! The juice is ham. Did I have a good day? I did have a good day. I wish I would have gotten a little bit more sleep, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Anxiety and all that. I did take a 2-hour nap, and it was refreshing. I could have slept all day, but I wanted to be here. Donkus, welcome back. How are you today? Goldie-chan, welcome back. How are you today? Ohayo. Genki desu ka? Need a ham horror story? Yes, I want a story about ham taking over. You take it wherever you want to, but ham has to be the main character. If you want me to describe him to you, I can. He's a normal slice of ham, but he's gray, greenish color, and looks really dry, from what I can tell. You feel that? You slept terrible? Yeah, I think last night I only slept 45 minutes. And I woke up and I was like, I can't. I need to pace a little bit. They had the day off work? Yes. See, the thing about that is that soon I will have all the days off of work. But not to worry, I'm like a cat in that sense. I always land on my feet. I'm sure something else will pop up soon. You come up with a ham horror story? Sean's heckin' accepted. Let's go. I think you slept from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. The most you slept in the past few weeks? Man, I feel that. I try to get at least 6 hours. 7 hours is ideal, but between 6 and 7 is perfect. And somehow I manage 45 minutes, 3 hours, 5 hours sometimes. On occasion, a couple times, especially when I was sick, I did sleep for like 12 hours. It was wonderful. Genki tayo. My Japanese is excellent. Thank you. I need to practice more. It's hard to stay motivated on that stuff because I don't have anybody else to talk to. So I have to talk to my phone. President Hamasaki. I like that. All the hugs and loves for Kaiko. Thank you. It's for the best. I hate my job, so it sucks I wasn't ready to leave. But I'm not leaving on bad terms. It's just kind of like, we don't have room for you anymore, so you have to go. But it's for the best. Because I'm miserable there, so now I can find something that fits a little bit better. Plus, it means I get to do like things like subathons and donathons and follow-a-thons and all the thons. In a marathon. I know there's gonna be a triple 24-hour stream with Diablo 4 when that comes out. With Moo, me, and Biggs. Moo, me, Biggs. Me moo bigs. Bigs moo me. Bigs me moo? Any order like that you want to put it. Your normal sleep is 3 to 4 hours a day. On the wrong day is 2 to 3 hours. Ugh. That's not good. Like, I think, like, health-wise, it's supposed to... 6 hours is, like, the minimum amount of sleep you're supposed to get. But... sleeping is hard sometimes. Like, I love to sleep. I just... sometimes my body doesn't want to do it. Like, but there's more things you could do. Like, what if you stay up and worry about things that happened in high school? Really? Is now the time to do that? Just let Chat GPT write you a story about the ham president? Send it on Discord. Okay, you got it. You feel that? It was let go from your job you hated? It was definitely a blessing in disguise. Yeah. My job is terribly boring. Like, I've even asked, like, I need something to do. And like, would you like to crunch more numbers? No! I don't want to look at paperwork all day. Give me something else to do. We could have you lead a business team so you can determine financial stability for the entire department. No, thank you. That sounds incredibly boring to me. That is the opposite of what I would like to do. We should post a story just in feedback. Is that where we posted it last time? I think so. Yeah, put it in feedback. No, that'll be good. Problem with your job is coworker coming in drunk and being useless. Piece of ham sake. Listen, ham has inspired people. Every day I open the fridge and I look at ham and I think, yep. Still there. I wonder how many people truly believe that you exist, ham. Someday you're gonna blow their minds. And it's gonna be amazing. And stinky. And then I shut the fridge door and walk away and forget about ham until I sit down at the computer. Even a bad workplace is always a weight off the shoulders. It is. It's nicer when you have something already lined up. There's that little bit of stress, but I'm sure it'll be okay. I'm pretty good at finding jobs. It might not be the right job, but it's a job. What high school can you... What's high school? Can you eat it? No. It's usually made of bricks. And mortar. And people. Is your signature move? Wonder what that was in reference to. I am a little behind on the comments. You spent 8 hours coding today, rewriting 1,500 lines? My brain was melting. I did do a little bit of coding in school before, and I did Python, so it was like baby coding. Like, you just literally type what you want the thing to do and it does it. But it was always like you didn't capitalize something or you put a period where it wasn't supposed to go, and it was so hard to like go through everything and see what was broken. You guys would probably bleed from that. Yeah, I could not stare at a computer for too long. It's unless it's like I'm trying to solve something, like like someone comes up to me and says like, I don't know why this thing isn't right. Can you figure it out? Yes, I'm all over that. But if it was my mistake and I have to figure it out, I'm gonna get huffy. I don't know. I don't know. What is chat GPT? GPT. What is that? Hey, keep it up, you might get isekai'd. That's true. Then you could go be a hero in some fantasy land and hope that you're one of the heroes that are OP and not one of the ones that don't have many powers. Hey, a job where you can sleep and read novels or something? I think Suba has a point there. A security night shift would be fine as long as it's like you just have to occasionally check some workers' IDs or something like that. You even get like 2K a month? Not hungry, sadly? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't even know what credentials you would need to work as a security guard. Oh, staying up all night worrying about stuff that happened in high school. I understand. Yep. I do that a lot, and I think about conversations that happened years ago. I'm like, I should have said this instead. But now it's too late. It's far too late. It's not even like, oh, it happened yesterday and I can throw this in there. Or a couple hours ago. No, it's like years in the past. I'm like, call them up. Hey, it's Kaiko Murasaki from school. Yeah. Do you remember this one time that we had an argument? Oh, I just wanted to say, but your mom is like that. Oh, and hang up the phone. I think I'd get blocked. It's an AI language program. Oh, am I the only one that doesn't know about this thing? It'll answer everything you ask it. It can even code for you to prove texts or provide text and calculate for you. Oh, maybe I'll try that one too to write a Visay story. Though novel AI is it's been a lot of fun. When I read the story, you're gonna understand why. Grave security was a nightmare. Like, did you have to like a cemetery? Did you have to secure the bodies? Watch around, make sure that none of the dead people creeped out of their coffins. You know, sometimes they want to do that, especially during an apocalypse or something. Mm-hmm. Night shift security is always the people that die first in horror movies. I think there's a lesson to be learned here somewhere about making sure you pay attention when you're working, and if there's a noise, maybe you don't have to always investigate. Sometimes you can just call the police. Alright, so the dine wasn't that scary because you believe in reincarnation. Oh, that would make it a lot easier. If that's the case, I probably was something horrible in my past life because I just have the worst luck now. You can get 2K a month as a security. You can literally sit around for 12 hours and play games while you get paid. Now that sounds like a job I could do. I've sat around for 12 hours and played video games. I've even done it on stream before. Maybe if you're lucky, you get into an interesting world. Fingers crossed. You surprised how good ChatGPT can write a story? You could probably write a really good story, but novel AI made some blunders, and I think that's what really, really made this story special. It was free for the state, but funny enough, the state building literally wrapped around the graveyard on 3 sides. Crusader, you lived in a horror movie. You were just lucky enough not to have the things play out. That is like the perfect horror movie setting. Where you're like in a state building, night security. This covered, the backyard is just a graveyard. And also 2 of the other sides. It's not in the middle of the graveyard though, it's just all around it. You had 5 realistic dreams where you died 5 times already? So you get used to it. I've never died in my dreams. I've fallen a lot. I think one of the worst ones was when I fell into a big pit. Like a big sinkhole in the middle of a forest. Kind of like what happens in Minecraft a lot when I'm just running around and I just So I'm suddenly plummeting to my death. Though now, in medieval Minecraft, I'm a cat. I'm a wild cat, so I don't have to worry about falling. And I still have to make sure there's no enemies down there, or if I fall in lava, that's still bad, but I don't take any fall damage. I'm cat. Minecraft is their own horror story? Yes, that game, everything wants to kill me. I swear, even sometimes the traders want to kill me. You survived because you didn't investigate where noises came from the graveyard. Yes. See? That's all you have to do. That's the lesson to be learned here. Sometimes you don't need to investigate. Sounds fun? Should you always feel really calm at graveyards? I'm indifferent. I think more or less it makes me feel sad. I'm not scared or shaken. It's more like, these were people and now they're gone and that makes me sad. I get too anxious about that stuff. Though my uncle, he did say once, so he is a Cherokee Native American, and I remember going when I was a child, him, my mom, and my aunt, we're all going to go see my grandmother, visit my grandmother's grave, and he wouldn't get out of the car. And at the time, he wouldn't say why. He just said, I can't, I have to stay in the car. He kept saying that, I have to stay in the car. I'm like, okay. I had no idea what was going on. But later, my mom told me that he said that he saw a ghost of a chief up on like the hill overlooking the graveyard, and he was like standing there with his arms crossed and just shaking his head. So he's like, I can't get out of the car. I have to stay here. Don't you dare step foot in this graveyard. This place is not for you. Ooh. Wildcats. I like that race. I tried the Elytron, and flying around would be great if I had like fireworks and stuff like that. But it's really only gliding, isn't it? You jump up really high and then you glide to your death, because if you don't land properly, you break all your bones because you're extra brittle. What are you gonna do? I said, you feeling uneasy in churches? From some kind of demon or something? I also feel very uneasy in churches. And around really religious people, like Christians. Sometimes, most of them are okay, but sometimes you get some really overly zealous ones, and it's like, ooh, I can't shrink under my desk any more than that. Are you some kind of latent bloodline? Just need a good cultivation manual? Not all demons are afraid of church? That's true. Not all demons are. I've gone to churches. I just feel uneasy in them. In a cultivation novel? This role is jinky. Aren't supposed to be able to wear armor, but you can. Yeah, that's the same thing with the raccoon folk, because I wanted to be a raccoon folk initially. You couldn't climb anything, but you could breathe underwater, and you didn't take damage from normal arrows. And the only thing was you couldn't eat carrots. And I was like, that's fine. That sounds like a lot of fun. And I'm smaller, and so I can go under a single block kind of thing if I crouch down. Like, that's fine. I like that. It was all lies. The only thing that was true was I couldn't eat carrots. Not overly zealous. Pretty open-minded, I think. Anyway, yeah. Most of my family, the human side of it, that are religious, they're not overzealous. They're very polite about it. They don't get all up in your business. They don't try to push anything on you. But I've just, in other parts of family timelines of humans that have been overly religious, have scared me into being cautious of zealous people. I don't have anything against them. Your beliefs are your beliefs, and that's okay. I have no opinion one way or the other. I just don't want to be told all the things I've been told in the past simply because I'm a demon. I didn't choose to be born this way. I was made this way. You know, don't hate me because I have purple hair. Girls are 2x2x4. Jesus. You really gotta make a path. It's a good thing I use double doors. You might have to crouch a little bit though to walk in them. I don't think they're the tall doors. Having a mental breakdown from typing those novels? Yeah, babe. In the cultivation manga? For 3,000 chapters? Jesus H. You get that? Your aunt's a bit nutso about it? Yeah. I really only had like a couple family members on my stepdad's side. But other than that, like everybody else has been pretty chill. And there's other religions within my family tree, so I've learned a lot about religions, but also I don't think I can have a strong opinion because my family itself is diverse. Let's not broach that subject because it can get dark and stressful real fast. I only tell people to not do bad things, but I feel like most people of any religion would agree with that. Yeah, I think that's the universal concept, right? To be a good, decent human being, don't do bad things. Think about your moral choices and do the right thing the best you can. From my understanding, that's pretty standard. Hey dog, welcome back. How are you today? Do you call a sunburnt balloon? I don't get it. Also, how does a balloon get sunburnt? You can get faded. The color can fade out. And then the material will become brittle from sitting in the sun. You don't get it either? You have to crouch to fit in a tall door? Oh, Jesus. We're gonna have to raise the roof on the storage house. Yeah, life does sometimes kind of throw a wrench into things, but like little Kaiko running on the arcade machine, you fall down sometimes, get back up, do it again. That's what life is. Just get back up and try again. It's a new kind of joke. Remember the joke seconds? You think about it and say it out loud. So it's more of a thought than a joke. President Hamasaki. Best joke ever. You could just sleep forever. It's got some years. That has crossed my mind, like with time travel and stuff like that. People being frozen. One of my favorite shows is Futurama, and that's that's the premise of the show is that he's frozen and goes 1,000 years in the future. I would hate it because I would like to see what the future is, but also the prospect of everybody I know being gone. Soul crushing. Need a new emote? I already have more emotes than I have spots for. Raffy, hello, welcome back. How are you today? A bunny walks into a Subway and say, you gotta give me cash. The cashier says, why? And the bunny says, dogs. Because the bunny's obviously gotta take his dogs to the vet. Makes sense. We can ask Ack about that later. Is he robbing the Subway? Is that what's happening? With a ham having a top hat? Kind of like my bougie one, but with ham instead of me. I got that. Awesome mustache and cool glasses, like a monocle. It's a redeem too. You can make me bougie. And we get our President Hamasaki. I love it. I wonder what color of mustache Ham should have. Should it be white like the Monopoly Man? I think maybe a little like salt and pepper gray so that he's not doesn't look super old but experienced. You're good? I'm glad to hear it. I am doing very well. It's story day. Well, it's just chatting and then some stories. It's been a long time since I had one of these. Especially because I was sick for like 2 weeks. And a cane? Well, that's what I think I'm missing. I don't have a cane. I do want to get for Dadco, the Dadco redeem. Eventually I want to get like a... Do you guys remember those like bubbles, the bubble maker that look like a corncob pipe? I want one of those for Dadco. I think it'd be really funny. Green? Maybe a little bit like a tint of green. Not too much. I don't want it to match the skin. Is meat? Doesn't really have skin. Now I think about that. It's a new breed of Zoomer humor. So are they trying to rewrite comedy by not being comedic? Am I doing comedy right now? Green on pink. Ham is more gray green at this state in his life, being a 1.5-year-old slice of cooked ham. He is no longer pink. His mustache could be pink. Was it green? Skin would be pink. But if he was a brand new slice of ham. He was pink when he was new. He's a brand new baby boy. Why are you describing the contents of our fridge? Everybody talks about ham. Ham is a staple. It's not why I have a pig emote, but it does play into it now. Incidentally, the color of pig's eyes are like the color of current ham. A Futurama, and everyone brings this up. But man, the dog waiting for his whole life for it. Yeah, it's a Jurassic Park is a rough episode. Sting and Jurassic Park are probably the most emotional ones. Have I looked at it? Just through the container. I haven't opened it yet. I'm gonna wait to open that time capsule. Is it gonna become President Hamasaki? Yes. And he'll take over this world. The country, and then the world. He will be Earth's first president. Ham. And he'll shake all the hands and kiss all the babies. Everybody will love him. And I'm gonna be so proud. You suspected it would have melted by now? A fun thing. So veggies do decay into a liquid form when left alone for too long. I've had far too many bags of liquid lettuce in my fridge. They go bad really quickly, though. I've also initially found out that vegetables go liquid form after a particularly hot day in the summer when I found a little baggie, a Ziploc baggie with a tomato in it, or what used to be a tomato in it, under my car seat. It had been there for a couple months. It smelled incredibly bad. I still smell it sometimes in my sleep. It's so gross. It's the smell of nightmares. Her fridge? That be my fridge just melted by now. I quit. I quit, Kaiko. I'm done. You can't do anything. You've left so many things in me for so long. Ham was the breaking point. I'm leaving. That's why you like carrots? The carrots not melt? A small dish of baking soda? It absorbs the smell. I didn't think about that for my car. I do have like a box of Arm & Hammer in my fridge, but that was like, I don't know if you have to replace those. I feel like it's been here since I moved in. And I don't know, I never understood why you did that. That was just like the thing my mom did. She always had an open box of baking soda. So like, alright, that's a staple. You have ketchup, mustard, and an open box of baking soda in your fridge. Duh. Everybody knows that. Carrots melt? Oh. They just take longer. You know what? That's fair. I did have a bag of baby carrots in my fridge. Listen, when I put things in the drawer in the fridge, and it's not a clear drawer, it's an opaque drawer. And so anything that goes in that drawer, I know is gonna go bad, but at the time I'm like, I'll remember. I'll remember that there's something in here that I want to eat. And then months later, I'm like, why is there a bag of, like, oh god, it's lettuce. I did recently throw out a bag of mostly brown carrots. It wasn't open, so I didn't have to worry about any smells, but still. You know, worse, you never knew? You just thought, oh, you probably forgot about me? Yeah. Yep. That's what makes it worse. You are correct. It's a very touching episode. Baking soda absorbs the scent. Huh. That's why fridge needs clear drawers? Yes. So you can see inside? Yes. It was like me for real. It's more ADHD friendly. Exactly! I'm very much the out of sight, out of mind, which is why I have a 1.5-year old piece of ham in my fridge. Once it's out of sight, I forget about it until I'm doing something else. I'm like, I should probably throw out the Christmas ham from 2 Christmases ago. But now's not a convenient time. I have other things to do. And then I leave, and then I forget about it entirely. Until moments like this, when I talk about ham, I can't go do it right now. We're like, well, you can take care of him afterwards. Well, now I have to take pictures of him. He is a celebrity. You can't just throw out a celebrity. That's what I love about Futurama, him being frozen at consequences. Yeah, the Futurama is very heavily based in maths and science, and a little bit of engineering too. They like the writers for that show have PhDs. They're a very smart bunch. So it's smart humor. Sometimes it goes over my head, but other times I'm like, oh, that's clever. I got the reference because I learned about it in school. Stay in school, kids. Now I need Biggs's the more you know. What's the second part? Because you weren't sure if you read it. I read through everything. I usually bounce around. If it's a longer comment, I might come back to it later. You'll get that the longer you're here. You'll see me read new comments before old comments, and then middle comments before new comments. It's all over the place. You just roll with it. Throw it out? You can't throw ham out. If the rotten bacteria and stuff gets into the rest of the fridge, he's sealed. He's in a airtight plastic container. He's been in there for a year. He's fine. He's fine. Wasn't the show made by the former producer of The Simpsons? Yes. And his team of writers. There is a mathematician and I think a physicist on the staff. Anti-hazard container. I did think about getting like a respirator for when I take pictures because I don't want to breathe in ham spores. He's bound to have spores. Unless it's so old that the mold is like, I finished. I grew up and left. I'm done here. We ate what we wanted to. You can tell since the old bit seasons of The Simpsons are good. I've never really watched The Simpsons. I've seen like a couple episodes here and there, but it wasn't really my thing. probably alive after all that time. I'm afraid that I'm gonna open the lid and I'm just gonna see a pair of eyes looking at me. And then it go, Mother? And then I think I don't know what I would do. Just close the lid and put it back into the fridge for another year. Oh no. Oh no. Back into the fridge until adult. Maybe the beans can teach him, like, I don't know, science. And the gravy, which if I don't eat soon, will be left in there for another couple of months, can teach him about. I am hydrodynamics or something. It's a white country gravy, so maybe it'll teach it common sense. And then ham will grow up strong, like bigger than pig. Like he'll grow arms and legs, but he'll still be flat, but he won't have a face. He'll just be flat with it's a slice of ham with arms and legs and eyes and a mouth. Mm-hmm. And then a tail of mold. It's beautiful. Yeah, parental peas. In the fridge until he's the same age as Victor, who's a 45-year-old man and who's not a baby. That's unfortunate to be 45, running around looking like a toddler. Poor guy. It's like Ben's. Made myself laugh. I suspect that Ham would eventually turn into Victor. Except Victor is not 1.5 years old. Victor is not 0 years old. He's definitely 45. Yeah, I don't think Ham would grow a head unless it was made of mold. I feel like it would just, like, develop eyes and a mouth. And, like, stick arms and legs. I could draw a rendition of this. I think my coworkers almost had a stroke when they found out how old you were. I don't really talk to people, like, I don't ask about their age. I'm not really good at guessing it, so I don't care. We work in the same spot, and if you talk about your kids all day, I probably won't hang out with you. And if you don't, we can be friends. Because I don't want you to ask me to babysit, and it has happened before. And I'm too polite to say no. So then I'm stuck with other people's kids. Not even family. Just random kids. Like, how do you watch random kids? Do you want sugar? I've got Jaeger in the fridge. Is that something kids like these days? I could probably turn it into a Jello shot. I don't know how to do that. I'm just kidding. I would never be that irresponsible. I just sit them on the couch and, like, here. Do you like TV? Would you like to play a video game? Great. Quick question, Kaiko. How slay are you? What's the scale? I've got nails that say slay and a cat, a rainbow cat cape? I think it's a cape. He's not technically 45? Oh. But since you're not allowed to call him a baby on Twitch, if you wanted to be super technical, Charlotte got abducted into DBD when she was in her early 20s, most likely, and Victor is Charlotte's twin. They say Victor is so much not a baby, it all adds another 25 years. I think I understand. I gotcha. He's a forever baby. Man. Thing. You can't watch random kids or you end up in jail. Well, you can't, remember, Super, you can't throw them. Kids don't, well, unless it's into water. then kids do like to be thrown. You're not parent material? You're honest about this? Yeah, I don't think I want to be a parent. I don't want that responsibility. I barely can raise myself. I have a 1.5-year-old piece of ham in my fridge. My place is not safe for children. The chroma cat. Yeah, the cape. You didn't know you were such a chore? Huh? Oh, right, because you're technically a child. Yeah, but you're more responsible than most adults I know. You're fine, Red. I don't have to actually watch you. You're old enough to take care of yourself. And you do. Buy them a bag of candy and say, I'll show your parents. I'll show your parents to ask me to babysit. Exactly. Yep. Give them sugar 15 minutes before they come to get them. They were an angel. Here you go. Or a ball pit. But I want to play in the ball pit. But not one at a restaurant because I think kids pee in there. BBD is brutal. You don't really miss it. But you do miss Victor. And yeeting him at the survivors. And babbling about how much he's not a baby. I have yet to play the killer. Eventually. Miss Murasaki, I found this strange fuzzy animal in the fridge. I let it out. It's a Sesame Street character. Yup. He's gonna sing you a song. At least you think he will, as you hallucinate until you... I'm gonna take you to the hospital, kid. Just get in the car. You tried to cook and set the house on fire? I mean... Doesn't everybody go through that? I tried to cook and I forgot about it and then almost set the house on fire stage? Just me? In the ball pit? There's something in the Mile High Club? Only instead of that act, as a club for having peed in a ball pit. I wonder. I think it's just a club embarrassment because later when you play I Never Have I Ever, someone is going to say Never Have I Ever peed in a ball pit, and there's going to be several people that are going to have to drink. So, dude, that's literally something even adults can't manage. It's true. A Discord server, and they give you your own ball pit channel because you're a child. I want to play in the ball pit though. Can't water bottles refill themselves? Listen, no pause. So you know I drink a lot of G Fuel as I'm an ambassador of G Fuel, and G Fuel containers are like, I don't know, 20 ounces or something like that, which you have to refill that thing so often. And I often am dehydrated because the act of leaving whatever task I'm working on to go get something to drink is just... You know, I think that's the only way I can describe it. So I purchased myself a 45-ounce shaker bottle so they can fill it up with G Fuel. It'll last me a few hours, and then I don't have to get up. That's what you gotta do, no post. Get yourself a 45-ounce bottle of something. Who would admit that? Listen, when you're drunk, when you've already been drinking, Never Have I Ever becomes a game of the truth because people don't remember to lie. You're 5 and you didn't want to get out of the ball pit, okay? It's like peeing in the ocean. You say I pee in the ocean. You can't pee in a ball pit. Feels the same, almost. I bet ball pits just smell bad. Ugh. And there's like algae growing on the bottom. It's nasty. Jesus, whiskey, stop judging me, jerks. You have a 64-ounce water bottle? They bring to work. Use that one. Yeah, I need a 64-ounce. This one's a 1,000 milliliters for everybody else in the world. It's more than that. This line goes up to 35 ounces, but it's actually 40 ounces. Cookie, welcome back. How are you today? Isn't 15 ounces like 2.5 energy drinks? Let's see, this Red Bull is 8.4 fluid ounces. It's a normal Red Bull can. It's not one of the big ones. They literally bleach a ball pit every night. I guess they would have to. Are ball pits still open, or did they reopen them now that we're officially out of the COVID crisis? What kind of bottle? Wonder where that thing went? Those are indestructible. What kind of bottle is that? I don't think I've ever heard of it. You're well. You came in about peanut ball pits. I'm sorry. You have no water bottle because you forget to drink anything. Yep. Yeah, I usually forget to drink anything until I'm so thirsty and dehydrated that my mouth is dry and I get angry about it. I'm like, why is my mouth dry? Oh, what is happening? Is it dry in here? What's going on? And I realize I haven't drank anything for 12 hours. I'm just thirsty. There's nothing wrong with me. It's a normal thirst. I need to drink something. 250 milliliters. Yeah. That's the Red Bull, which is in a white can. The taste of coconut berry. The wings of Red Bull. New opera coming to where the operas go. I mean volume, you mean caffeine? Oh. How much caffeine is in this? It's got 0 protein. It's got 80 milligrams caffeine. %250% of vitamin B6, 80% of vitamin B12, and pantothenic acid, 50%. Probably good for me. Calcium, 30 milligrams, make strong bones. And niacin is 100%. I don't know what the hell any of that is, besides the vitamins. It's high in sodium. Because everything's high in sodium. Well, I guess it's only 4% of your daily recommended value. What are you gonna do? Hope all is well, because I deserve to do well. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I have been waiting for this day for a while, so I'm doing just chatting and then some stories. I do want to get to the Vise story, so at least Cookie can hear it, and the people who might not stay up too late, because it's very funny. It's so ridiculous. drink like 2 liters of water every day at work, but you would not survive without it, since your work needs you to lift a lot of heavy stuff around. And that makes sense. I think if I was like active, if I didn't have like a desk job, I would remember to drink more. Or if it was like convenient. But if I'm like in the middle of something, it's hard to like pry myself away from it. I'm like, the water cooler or the kitchen or wherever I'm getting my water from that day is so far away from what I'm doing right now. And also, when you have ADHD, time flies at a weird pace. Sometimes it's incredibly slow, and other times it's been a year and a half and you have a piece of ham in your fridge. G Fuel has 175 caffeine per scoop. Please don't die. Well, luckily, I am drinking the G Fuel hydration. There's no caffeine in that one. It's just the hydration formula. I would not drink. Never mind. That's a lie. I was gonna say, I wouldn't drink an energy drink and G Fuel. Yes, I would, and I have. Yesterday. I had a C4 because it was Starburst flavor. I wanted to try it. It was pretty good. It wasn't no G Fuel or Bang. I do like Bang a lot. Radical Skedaddle. I like that one the best. Well, Radical Skedaddle and I like Purple Haze. It's grape. It's good. How have you been? Still short, I presume? Still same height as you, Benz. Get those cats out of your house yet? Still can't reach them? Thank you for the head pets, I appreciate it. The same.
Hydration is important.
Keep a accordio next to you so you can any trips are 30 seconds instead of 1 minute. What the heck is that? A hydrate and a stretch? You got it. Oh, it's like juicy. Add water too. Is it a powder one? Like a water enhancer? Or is it literally like a little thing you just add water to already liquid? I could look it up, but isn't this more isn't this more entertaining for me to be confused about something that's probably really basic? So the movements of my model when I drink, it looks so silly. Yeah, that's because I tip my head out of the range of the camera. They haven't been visiting? That's okay. Lots of things happen. Life happens. Aside from bad mobile data connection at work, your current job prevents you from using your phones unless it's break time. Yeah, I do remember you saying that. Kind of a bummer, but it's, on weekends, I'm always here. And tomorrow's karaoke. Sunday is Overwatch. I accidentally crashed a Brazilian's economy with your gazillion dollars. Oops. I have the sound bit for that. It might be a little loud. If it is, I'm sorry.
Dun, 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 dun.
Ow, that hurt my ears. I recorded that at a very high volume. This is a fancy name. Oh, not a powder. Juices. You juice some into the glass and then you add water. Oh, kind of like Mio, right? I guess you add the water. You add the Mio to water. I'll have to look this up. Raise here, but still short. Same height as always. Same height as you. Is it cordial? 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 Right. Words are hard. Words are hard. I already started writing another story for the next story time. It's about Visay on a picnic, and it's already shaping up to be ridiculous. I think we'll start with the Visay story, and then we'll go into some Pengu stories. Yes. And surprise, surprise, I didn't get all the things set up that I wanted to, so I don't have any sound effects, unfortunately. Except for Dom's dun 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 dun. If you guys heard that, I don't know if you could. Cordial. I have to look this up. Cordial. Cordial. Wish my channel will grow more. You can't say the same for my height. No, I like the height I am. There's a lot of things I don't have to dunk under, and it's easier to climb on top of things than to not fit in something. Like, I have tall friends that bump their heads on the top of cars. I never have to worry about that. People bump their heads on branches all the time. I just walk under it. No problems. Being short is not bad. Though if I lived alone and had a bunch of cats in my house and I couldn't reach them to get them out, that probably would be a little annoying. What are you gonna do, though? Anything you wish you could drink is cherry juice. You love it, but the stupid side effects won't be there. You have side effects for drinking cherry juice? I hated cherries for a long time. It was only a few years ago that I gave cherries like another try, and I was like, you know what? Some cherry is not too bad. Maraschino cherries, I still hate them. They squish, and it's wrong. It feels wrong in my mouth, so I don't like it. It sounds very cat-like, climbing on things. Yeah, I do. I do. You smell bully? Yeah. It's okay. Ben's is the same height as me. So anytime he bullies me around, he's really just crying inside and same. And write that out as long as you don't use the HTTPS backslash. I think it's a colon. Colon backslash backslash? Or is that a forward slash? It's forward slash, isn't it? Forward slash forward slash. Been punished by chatbot for asking about Diva so many times. You always take precaution. Huh? Chatbot? Oh, I don't have a chatbot. I have a nightbot. And he just does fun things. Like, you can type exclamation point fact and get a true fact from him. It's not a fake fact at all. It's real. It's a real thing. We can also take stuff from people and give stuff to things. Did you know Kentucky has more bourbon than people? 4.7 million barrels versus 4.3 million people. You can also do this, like, exclamation point, give Suba. Aw, Kaiko gave Suba a kitchen knife. You're welcome. Are your homies love key? Yep. It's important to use cocoa butter. Tyler the Creator. Probably. Yeah, see? You already had a kitchen knife. Now you got another one. Just out most of your Pokemon Violet streams? I never finished it. I have to go back and finish them. I took a break for a little bit and then go back. Other games came out and people wanted to do collabs, and then by the time I was like, nah, I'm so far behind. Do I start over? Do I just catch up on stream, like off stream, and then be like, here's my team? Are you gonna buy or stream the DLC? I don't know. Let me finish the base game first. It's DLC? More pneumonia? More pneumonia. So you're moving to Kentucky now? Hey, you can have like, each person can have like a barrel and... I'm not doing that math. At least a barrel. A barrel of bourbon for everybody. You get some bourbon, and you get some bourbon. You can also take stuff. Like, for instance, exclamation point, take, red. Dang! Kaiko just nabbed 2.6 points from red. My points now, red. You get a barrel. You get a barrel. Look, he's not real? Man. Fake numbers, then. Those are mine. I skipped the chat. Too far ahead. Get the side effect up there in chat. Oh, I did miss that. Let me scroll up. Pop, 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 pop. I get really hefty nosebleeds from cherry juice? Oh, Jesus. One cup is enough to have a nosebleed for the next 3 days. That's terrible. You could drink cherry juice as a kid, but you can't drink it now? That's bodies are weird. Dang! Pengu just nabbed 62 pack meals from Kaiko. You know what, thank you. Honestly, they're getting a bit of a nuisance out back, and my landlord doesn't want me to have them anymore, so you're really doing me a favor. You know your liver can regrow itself in 3 weeks? That's good news, alcoholics. You quit now, your liver can recover. Aw, Soup gave Kaiko a raw potato. Thank you so much. I will bake it and have a delicious baked potato for dinner tomorrow. And if I'm feeling extra motivated, I might even bake it twice. So it'll be a twice baked potato. I don't know how to make a... I think you literally just bake a potato, cut it open, and then bake it again. I have no idea. Pengu Army will now ride pack mules into war! Slowly, because pack mules will do what they want. More stuff for your fridge. Honestly, yeah. I cook with a potato, eat half of it, put the rest in there to teach him about agriculture. Unless the damage is done? What do you mean? Oh, for the liver? Yeah. Yeah, if it's already, like, there's diseases you can get in the liver. If it's already, disease is already set in, then the bad news bears, but it can regrow itself. You missed me? Well, I'm always here. And if I'm not here, you can usually find me in somebody's channel. One of Issei's or Vomu or Baka. I cannot think of Baka. Every time I see Baka, it just... that little rift plays in my head. You bake the potato, scoop out the potato, mash them, restuff the potato, and bake again. That's how you do a twice baked potato? Alright. I mean, that's a lot of work. They're good. Twice baked potatoes are really good, but man, that's a lot of work. Never in penguins? Oh, in Pengus? Is there a reference? Yeah, it's a twice baked potato. Huh. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You do bake it twice. I just didn't know you had to do all that work, like take it out and mash it and everything. It just makes sense why it's all, like, perfect when it comes out of the oven the second time. You ever had spaghetti squash? I don't know why that reminded me of it. I think because you have to, like, you cut it open and scoop out the insides. Hang on, I got this. That's all, folks. Spaghetti squash. It doesn't really have a flavor, as far as I can tell, but if you put it in marinara sauce, it's pretty good. That's all I have to say about that. You know, normally mash stuff in the potato, like yeah, like cheese, chives, and bacon. Yeah, and I had it. It was like a family get together kind of thing, and one of my aunts, my step aunts, made it, and that's exactly what she put in it. And then a dollop of sour cream on top of it. I'm like, this is really good. But now I know that's a lot of work. It's not just good, it's a lot of work. I'm more of a quick meal kind of thing. Like, if I'm in the mood for cooking, I'll cook, but I don't really enjoy it. Sometimes, but mostly no. But there are some things that I make really well, and I take a lot of pride in that. Like, taiyaki. Make a really good taiyaki. And hash browns. I'm really good at making hash browns. Like, they're the perfect crispiness, and the salt level isn't too high. It's just good. Much nom nom. Mashed egg yolk mixed with mayonnaise and onions. Stuffed back in the egg white. Now, I like all of those things separately. I'm not sure how I feel about mayo mixed in with egg. Thank you for the head pass. I appreciate it. I guess it would be kind of like a fried egg sandwich, but without sandwich part of it. Trust you, it's really good. I mean, I've eaten some weird stuff that sounded like, to explain it, sounds disgusting. And like, me now, I don't know if I would eat it, but me as a child absolutely loved this stuff. I can't remember what it's called. It's like I think it's traditionally a Dutch dish. But I have no idea what it's called. But it was like a mixture of mayonnaise and hard-boiled egg and tomato and something else. I don't know what else went in there. And then you put that on toast and sprinkle a little cheese on top. Though I think the cheese part was American. I have no idea what it was called, and it sounds absolutely disgusting. But it was really good. Something you Russian people do a lot of times. I've had borscht before. I really liked it. I didn't think I would like it because of beets, but it was pretty too. It was very pretty color. I don't think I've ever had anything else that was like Russian based dish. Have you had an egg salad sandwich? Yes. This was not that. This was more like, you ever had in like an open face hot turkey sandwich? Where like you have to eat it with a fork. This is the gravy. It's kind of like that, only the tomato, egg, and mayonnaise mixture is one, and you just scoop that onto some toast and eat it with a fork. So it's a little bit more liquidy than egg salad sandwich. Though I do like egg salad. It's very good. That one has mustard in it. Traditionally, right? Hard-boiled eggs, mayonnaise, mustard, and some paprika. 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 Words are fun to put emphasis on different parts. Many good Russian recipes I could try out? Most of them are simple. I'm good with simple ones. Simple, quick and simple that's what I do. If it takes too long, I'll just be angry and I won't make it and let the food rot. That's what happens. I say that, but also the bags of lettuce I had was shredded lettuce, so it was for a salad, which is probably the easiest thing to make. I just have to dump the contents into a bowl. And I still eat it. Like saying paprika, like a Pokemon saying its own name. It is. It is like that. Because you could say it differently. You could say paprika. Paprika. Paprika! Paprika! I had much Russian cuisine, but your Russian teacher made you guys traditional Russian breakfast every year. Bread and sliced meat and tea from Simover. I like tea. Also, like gluten-free bread. I like regular bread, but I have to have gluten-free. Oh, and it depends on what kind of sliced meat. I'm not a big ham eater, which is why we got in this predicament in the first place. I like turkey. So holidays where we celebrate and have big turkey dinners. Yes, you send me home with leftovers, they will get eaten. I'm not a big ham eater. Like, just like a slice of ham doesn't appeal to me. So I got sent home with leftovers. And I'm like, thank you. I'm sure I'll eat it.
Hi, honey.
And then I considered it for 2 days, and then I didn't, and then it was gone. Now it's a 1.5 years old. Super cute? I'm cute, thank you. Need some advice? What can I help you with? Let me get closer. What can I help you with? So, welcome back, Allotted. What ails you, friend? How to play Overwatch without crying. I need to get closer for this. Are you listening? Why do I still have a filter on? God damn it. Every time I delete that filter, and every time it shows back up. Alright, Allotted. You're listening. Okay, good. Here's the thing. Sometimes people are going to play the game way more than you can. Way more than any amount of time you could possibly put into the game because you have to adult. And sometimes you like to play other games. So if you lose, yeah, it sucks at the time. But you have to take it as a learning experience. What did they do that was different? How can you adapt that to your own? And if you don't want to, that's fine too. Just play the game and have fun. Also, I think I have an angry... No, okay, it's Peeper's bow tie. He agrees. That's what you always gotta remember with any game like that. It's competitive. Where there's gonna be people who are sore losers and sore winners, and they spend hundreds of hours in the week playing that particular game. And not everybody is gonna be as good at them as them at it. Like me. I'm not great at the game. I'm probably, on all the teams I've been on, I'm probably the worst out of all of us. But I still play a game because I enjoy it. I have fun. But I know there are many, many, many people way better than me. Which is why I'm always surprised if I get played a game. How? How did this happen? Got like over 800 hours? I can really see my eyes when I get this close. When do you get gooder? That's a tough question. Because a lot of people say if you spend 8 hours a day at something, you'll become professional in it. And that's only partially true. There are people, and I learned this recently because there was a VTuber who did like a big apologetic post for not pulling their own weight during a competition, that people get coaches to watch them play and like point out areas that they need to improve on. If you really want to get better at it, you could always get a coach. And then I got upset because I don't feel like a VTuber should have to do an apology tweet because they lost the competition. But that's just my opinion. I'm gonna take a sip of this Red Bull. You had to? It's perfect. It's Biggs Bigson! Let me make myself smaller so I can look at me properly. I was giving advice. I'm the best person for it, I think.
And don't worry, all insurance paperwork will be handled after the test.
Welcome in, Raiders!
trying to program empathy or sympathy would be a challenge on its own. Oh yeah. Like in this world, the AI therapist would just prescribe meds. It would either be like that. No, you know what it would do? It'd be like, understand your problem. Work more to avoid problems.
You know what you need, human being? More work. Big thank you so much for the resub. 11 months! Holy smokes. Welcome in, Raiders. If you haven't been here before, I'm everyone's favorite, only a little broken, misfit demon from the underworld, Murasaki Kaiko desu. No. Takosaki Kaiko desu. I am cat today. Well, right now, I'm cat today. No. I said the same thing twice, god damn it. Well, welcome. How is the rest of Onimushi? Did you get everybody back to their correct timelines? I don't know how that game works. $2,000 hours in DBD went up against a squad of 13,000 hour survivors who played 16 hours a day. Jesus. Who has that amount of time? Like, I want to be good at things, but I don't have the time to put 16 hours. I don't even have time to put 2 hours of Overwatch in a day. I got other things to do. I did a lot of digging and collecting materials in Minecraft yesterday. You know how long that took me? I don't either, because I don't understand how time works. It was a length of time, I tell you that. More robots with chainsaw arms? It's an idea. That's a good idea. Maybe when Ham becomes president, he can have an army of chainsaw hand robots. Not yet? Like 3/4 of the way through now? Is that game longer than the other ones? Or is it like, because I know you've played the whole series a lot of times, right? Is that just the one you don't have as much experience in? You have 2,800 hours now? I think currently, if you look at my Steam library, I think Black Desert has the most amount of time, but I'm gonna be honest, there were many hours where I just let my horse run in a loop to level it up, and I wasn't playing the game. I was doing other things while it ran from town to town and back again. You didn't fall asleep until 4 a.m. last night? You had to make a nice home for a cow you found. Understandable. I don't know if I mentioned it yesterday. No, I didn't stream yesterday. When did I stream last? And I played Minecraft last, didn't I? As you see how time works? I don't know, everything's all blended together. I found, so, during the Minecraft thing, we have just that one hut with a couple of villagers in it, and there was a raid, and when we lost one of the villagers, it turns out he was alive! He was down in a pit, and he couldn't get out! But he was alive! So I have reunited the pair, and they are now locked in their house safely so that nobody can get in, and they can't leave to accidentally get shot. The last I saw, they were happily standing on a bed holding hands, staring at each other contently. Immanuel Kant said that time is the pure form of intuition of inner sense. I don't have inner sense, I guess. Okay, I can do this. Demu Borgir put out an album in 2018 claiming that time didn't really exist. Lots of interviews were like, time isn't real. It's just a thing in your watch. Also, this is the 25th anniversary. Pick one. 3 is about 9 to 12 hours. Onimusha 2 is about 7 hours. And casually, Onimusha 1 is 3 to 5 hours. Also, it is the longest one. That makes sense. Oh, what's the record for speedrunning? Number 3. You can also get better pulls in Honkai Star Impact by having a better gaming chair. Is that true? Like, let me defend myself here before I sound like an idiot. Like, is there like a drop if you have like sort of like you buy a certain kind of gaming chair? Do they give you like, here's your free credits towards Honkai Star Rail? You know, you just pay the game $100 every hour, and you'll have everything in the game after only 360 days. What a deal! Imprisoned with someone you love. It's for their safety. They can open the door and look out, but they won't flee their house and run around for the raiders to kill them. I am going to change their jobs though, because I think one is a butcher and we don't need that. I have to eat meat, but I will eat fish. And we have a lot of cows now. I bred some cows, and we need a bigger pen. Onimusha 4 is by far the longest though. Was that the one you were playing, or were you playing 3? I guess I didn't look. Tell me about Barney, the zombie you domesticated the 70s to die. You did, yeah.
I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna do it.
23 is 1 hour and 51 minutes? Jesus. You gonna go crazy on the farming and cooking? Do it up. I've been trying to fill in all the pits, besides the big crater in the center where we decided to settle down. Fill in all the pits in the area so that people who can't climb walls and take no fall damage, me, won't fall to their death at any given time. So I ran back to the boathouse so I could touch the waypoint and see the gifts that you left, Crusader. And I found the horse and I was like, I'm taming you and I will take you with me. In theory, it was a really good idea, except for the horse can't climb walls. So when I was running through the snow and then suddenly fell through the ground and plummeted very far, the horse did not have fun and could not get out. So it's now in an ice pit somewhere. But it's alive. No beef, no beef. Chicken, and pork, and fish. Dan, welcome back. How are you today? You were playing 3. Understand. First 5-star is Lou. Bye. Lou. I don't know the name. I just know that there's one named March 7th, which is very funny to me. Beef, beef, beep, beep. What are you talking about? Cows. No, we're not killing any cows in Minecraft. Also, Kaiko responds to my comment in that chat. Yeah, well, I mean, let me scroll back up. This happens a lot. So if you play gacha games 8 hours a day, you'll be professional in it, at it, and your luck will improve. That's what they say. It's only half true though. Yeah, if you throw a bunch of time into something, you eventually can get better at it than you were. But until you can learn properly about the thing, then you're never gonna really be pro about it. It's like if you just played a piano for a while, eventually you would piece together some notes and figure stuff out on your own. But unless you had a book or somebody to teach you, you're never gonna be a professional at it. Unless you're a kid genius or something. Oh, hey guys. Matt, welcome back. How are you today? You about due for a name change on Twitch? Beef with the I don't know why I immediately said sheaf. It's like a little tongue twister. It'll be available again, or you could go beep, beep, beef, beef. Or you could just stay pneumonia in time. Wow! Heart container. You know why that bonked me in the head? Because Mix It Up is broken. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. What, you missing the stream? The hype train? Not really hypey though, is it? It's just story time. Just chatting and story time. Which eventually I get the stories, it'll happen. It's only been 2 hours. I swear it was just a half hour ago. Like a second ago was a half hour. How did this happen? I only have 78 bits. I have no bits. No bits, no money, no bitches. I'm a sad cat. Oh, how I added Vasuri to the couch? Yeah, I asked him today if he could send me him so I could put him up there. I put Moo up there too. And then if there's any more plushies, I got more room on the sofa. Monster doesn't want to hang out up there anymore, so he's not there. Foobs, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. You need to make sure you have bits to remind Kaiko to hydrate. Is the Amelia Watson quote in there? In the blurps? Blurps. Or did I put that in sound alerts? I don't remember. Big thank you for the 99 bits! I don't like how they make it gray, like it's not important at all. It's like... But 100 bits, it's purple. Yes. You at least make it like white or something like that. Like, it's small, but it's pure. It's from the heart. That's why you usually get the white skull when you reach... Gosh, what is it? Is it 1,000 bits? You donate? I think it seems to be like... No, Kai still has their skull. Wow! Heart container. Thank you for the gifted sub! Oh, here it comes. I have to talk over this a little bit, though. I tried to turn it down because I made it longer, and Twitch thinks it's copyrighted. I mean, it kind of is, but... Crusader, thank you so much! I gotta fix that so I don't get hit in the head every time somebody gifts something. Asuba! Oh, thank you so much, you guys. Do. You tell him I'm coming! I thought a number of times about changing that one to something... something more epic, but Tombstone's a good movie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I gifted subs in the bits. Very, very much. Yippee! Now you feel better? Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm sure everybody else will be grateful to finally have emotes. Which reminds me, this all reminded me of this that I wanted to do. Those of you who are on Discord know what all of my emotes look like. And I want to do like a ranking system. So I can only have so many on Twitch, as you guys know, because I keep trying to shuffle ones per stream of what I think might be used. I want to do like a little poll to rank which ones everybody would use more, so that we can load up the Twitch server with ones that people want to use. I think that would be helpful. Like I have a lot, but I have so many emotes. I love the slightly broken misfit demon from the underworld. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I very, very, very much appreciate it. And soon, probably next month, maybe. I don't know. Maybe towards the end of May or June. I'd like to do a subathon. We'll see how that goes. I've been thinking about goals, reaches. What do you call them? Tiers, different tiers that we could do. Snorlax, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. You tell Mom I'm coming. I like Doc Holliday in the movie the best though. Oh, that is a really good scene. Thank you so much. Gotta keep the train going. I appreciate it. Those Mr. Peeper. I don't know if you can see. He's got a little heart on his sign. It went away. Like as soon as I got close enough to the camera, he was like, "Ah, gotta put this away. Get out of there. Time's up. Get enough." So, welcome back. How are you today? How M's the me? M is good. M good. Yes. It said heart G Fuel? Yeah. Listen, all of his signs have G Fuel on it because he went a little crazy with it. And then I was like, Peeper, you gotta do the hearts and the stars and the dollar sign. And he was like, and rolled his body at me. And then just painted over them. Yes. What's my current progress in Pokemon Violet? Well, if you check out my VODs, that's where I left off. Very little. I don't know. I don't remember a few gym leaders and a couple bosses for the star,
Yes.
star or something like that. How's everyone's favorite only little broken misfit demon from the underworld? I am doing very well. I didn't realize it's already been past 2 hours. So I'll probably get started in some stories here soon, but I've been having a lot of fun just talking to everybody. It's been 85 years since we've just been able to chat. I'm pretty sure if we counted the days, it would be 85 years. Was this a real experience when everyone was playing Scarlet Violet when it came out? And it was one stream after another with 3 FPS students, sandwich building, and pneumonia being completely unhinged. Yeah. I just like doing all the voices. That's mostly what I enjoy about Pokemon games, is that I get to do the character voices. Sometimes it works out, and sometimes it's like, I don't know.
This one, I guess, because I've run out of ideas.
Just got home? Oh, welcome home, Okaidi. I hope you had a good day, and it's the weekend. Hopefully you get to relax over the weekend. You don't have to work. Get to kick your feet up, play some games, watch some tubers. That's what we're going to be called in the future. Just tubers. We need to lose the V part of it altogether. Like this vibe? I used to do... At least once a month I was trying to do chatting streams. I didn't always make it that far, but that's what I tried to do. A tumber. Tuba. Like a voice acting, I miss the Game Freak collectively spend making as Scarlet Violet. I couldn't tell you, but I think it's easier because I'd have to spend a lot of money in paying voice actors for like multiple languages, because I guarantee they would not want to just leave it in just Japanese or just English or anything like that. Or Spanish? Wasn't this one set in like a Spain kind of setting or something like that? Love pneumonia. Everything she cares about is fighting you. It's kind of funny. It's endearing. It could be taken out of context. It's a little bit creepy, but I think it's a little endearing. You know the picture of me that I have with Tofu wandering the countryside? I drew that. I drew that for Tofu. And we're lost. that's why the sun is setting and we're just yakking away because both her and I are terrible with directions. We are the ones that get lost everywhere, which is why I'm sure it was a nightmare to watch inside the back rooms. We didn't make it very far. Played the game for like 4 hours. Thank you so much for the hype train. Level 5 complete. Got another emo, I think. Yeah. Cute. Love how I draw? I need to draw more. I used to draw a lot, and then things got stressful, and I stopped drawing. Now it's like I have to retrain myself into drawing again. Because it's like everything else, it's a skill. If you don't use it, then you forget how to do everything right. You might remember the basics, but your hand just won't do what you know it can do. Your birthday's next week? I do remember that. Because it's a special day that you hate. Probably won't be able to visit my stream. Do I stream on that day? I don't think I do. I think it's a Thursday. Yeah, it's a Thursday, so I don't stream on that day. I stream on the day before or the weekends of. But I'll be over on Biggs' stream that weekend. With some karaoke, because it was Biggs' birthday. Pneumonia is a bit yandere, but in a good way. Yeah, it's not threatening. Like, I don't feel like my life is threatened. She just likes to fight me. And who wouldn't? Probably most people, Kaiko. Probably most people. Because I'm such a Pokemon master. Of course. Impressed to have a profile picture? That I've been there. I've been there. What? Even a small change like that can bring a smile to your face. So, I say just F it and do it. Pick whatever. Is a scene later on? We reject Pneumonia's advances. She
Hydration is important.
progresses into a cave woman dog. It's the best moment in the video game history. I can't wait to get there. You know, I drew that? Yeah. It was last summer, I want to say. I think it was. And I remember I started drawing it, and Tofu was having a bad day, and I was like, I think this will might make you smile a little bit. That's why I sent her the picture. It was like a bad week or something like that. She was going through some stuff. I wanted to do something to cheer her up. And then I have a rough outline of Foobs and a general sketch of Biggs that I probably won't finish because I've already moved on to the next Vise picture. I wasn't convinced with like how the poses were for Biggs and Foobs, so I was like, my heart's not in this one yet. I need the right pose, and these ones don't feel right. I'll get to them eventually, just it'll be a different one. Am I depressed? Well, how can it be pneumonia in time if you're depressed? That's fair. That's a fair question, Suba. Remember we played the back rooms because of some goofy meme you made? Yeah, it was... I loved it. Like, we have to play it now. Tofu teasing in the back. It's amazing. Hopefully soon you'll be able to continue more than just time. Contribute more than this time. You have a new you're pursuing a new job? Me too. Which, I don't know. But we'll figure it out when we get there. I still have about a month to figure things out, so I'll be okay. what Red said, I have to remember the Backrooms game and the sketch you did. I love that sketch. I loved it so. I love it so much. I would love to have that colored if you ever get the free time. Though I know you are very busy these days, and worth it. I saw you working on Boomy today. It was so good. You're on my TV, so it's a little harder to comment. But the smile is so cute. Boomy has a cute smile. When you always be a hormone-charged goofball of a human being and be hilariously and oddly intriguing. Whether you're happy or sad. When you connect with characters or you just like a character, I think that's just how it is. You're busy doing stuff? You ever get to the sub? That's A-okay. But now you got a little impolite. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the family. Thank you for lurk, I appreciate it. A hydrate and a stretch? You got it. You have a lot of respect for tofu? Me too! I admire tofu on tofu sleeping habits. They are amazing. Someday I hope to sleep as good as tofu does. Imagine having a bedtime that you actually follow and go to bed when you say you're going to go to bed. There's so many things you want to draw? Yeah, I have 3 things. I have a little mechanical cat that I'm working on for my D&D group. Because I play an artificer in it, and I have a little mechanical cat. And a Visay picture. The one in Moo, I finished that one pretty quickly because it was just basic. I didn't need like background or anything like that. I think, and then I just have the Bigs and Foobs one I'm working on. If I have anything else, I don't remember. Karaoke at 5 EST. Increase your goal tomorrow? Yes. Yes, and I can make it. After I said that, I was like, oh, I think I have D&D, and I usually don't even get home until like 5:30. But I don't. I don't have it tomorrow. It's the off week. But the next 2 weeks after that, I will have D&D. Bedtime. What's that? It's this magical time when some people or rabbits recognize that they're going to be tired, and if they don't want to be tired the next day, they brush their teeth, get on their PJs, and hop into bed. Go to sleep. And then there's other people who are like, it's daylight? When did that happen? Why are there birds out? Isn't it just like 8 p.m.? Why is it now 8 a.m.? What happened? And that's me. You heard from me that tofu is a history buff? Yes. I believe tofu has a degree in it. He was a history minor in undergrad. I tend to enjoy historical scholarships and philosophy. I appreciate that muchly. I love history. Like, I love learning about it. I might not know, like, dates and timelines might get a little muddled because time. I have no concept of it. I don't understand how this stuff works. But, like, events that happened, I love hearing about that stuff. And this is stuff that sticks with me. Like, whether it's history or, like, mythology stuff. Like, I love Greek mythology the most. And I know the most about that one. But I love learning about that stuff. That's why I wanted to do, like a bi-weekly podcast or something like that. And have, like, Visay join me or different people join me. I definitely wanted to do, like, a little series with Tofu on this day in history. Like, this month in history, or today we're going to learn about blank. If I were a D&D alignment, what would I be? I always pick... Is it chaotic good? Neutral good? I'm not lawful. but I'm not bad. It's always like chaotic good, I think. It's been a long time. I've been in this campaign for like a year, so it's been a long time since I made a character. I've been practicing music lately. It's been hard. It does get like that sometimes. And there are times where I think, and it's way easier said than done. So I understand completely. But there are days you just have to try. Even when you're just laying on the sofa, and you're like, I don't want to get up. I don't want to do anything. What's the point? Just reach for that bass or guitar. I think you play bass. Give it a couple slaps. I don't know how to play bass. I played the guitar. I don't know how to play it anymore because I went through that where I didn't play for a long time and now I don't remember anything. You got this? You'll nag to be on time? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be on time. I do have to get up to go to the grocery store to get some... Or not the grocery store. I mean, I guess I could go to the grocery store, but I can go to the liquor store and get some cider. I still have some Jaeger left, so that's fine. D&D alignment test usually puts you as lawful good. As you became more cynical over the decades, you started getting to lawful neutral results. Now that you're in certain circumstances, you'll probably be lawful good again. I'm definitely like... I lean towards lawful, but I wouldn't say that I am.
Okay,
More
but
chaotic.
this
But definitely good.
is just divine.
Exquisite. It's just divine. Need to draw Chibi-Ko again for real? I would love that. I would love that. In fact, yes, really. I took some of a couple of your older drawings and put them as posters in Fallout for when we play that again. You'll see them hanging up. And normally is wife going, wake up, Mr. Pengu, it's time to start the day. And you're normally like, no, it can't be time yet. 5 more minutes. Yeah, I tell my clock that. And then I always miss like swipe. And I end up shutting it off instead of snoozing it. And then before I know it, I slip in far too long. And I'm late for whatever I was supposed to be on time for. Usually. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Also, if you're free Sunday, you know, you're doing a follow-thon. And because you're close to affiliate. Like, definitely, if I can't hang out for too long, I will be there lurking. I am streaming on Sunday, doing some competition in Overwatch. Get the team together. It'll be a longer stream. But I definitely will be there to provide some numbers. I'll stop by and say hi at the very least. Who are you people? It's Digital Oni. Welcome in, Raiders. If you haven't been here before, I'm everyone's favorite, only a little broken, misfit demon from the underworld, Murasaki Kaiko desu. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Get you a shout out real quick. Digit. Thank you, Suba. Arigatou gozaimasu. What are you playing here? What is this? I don't recognize the game, but I don't play a lot of games. Thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. That was a mobile game? Punishing Grey Raven. Never heard of it. The art looks cool though. It did look like a beat 'em up. I mean, obviously it looked like a beat 'em up. How about what do you say to read some stories? Yeah, look now. Thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. We are first gonna start with the Vise story. I didn't title this. It was a base template, and I was like, alright, well, let's see where this goes. It's a gacha game that relies on skill more than pulls. I like that. I'm very, very unlucky when it comes to pulls most of the time. I have to drop a lot of money in Azure Lane sometimes. Sometimes I don't have to, so I just do like the monthly, I guess you would call it a pass. Like $8 a month and you get stuff every day. I do that. I usually don't have to buy anything because I save up all the gems from that. Missed it? It'll come back up. I haven't been playing. I forgot to reprogram my thingy. Well. If it isn't a monster. What are you doing up here? I'm gonna take a drink and then we can get started. My 45 ounces of G Fuel. Okay. Are you guys ready? I had the filter on to make it darker and spookier. This is not a spooky story though, but it's a horror overlay. It doesn't look as good without the horror setting in the background. Now it just looks like maybe your camera's broken a little bit. Always just the horror? Please stop chewing on things. This one's not a horror story though. It's more of it's an action fantasy. Very like comedy. I already sent it to VC and I think they all liked it. It was very silly. It's a very silly story. I'm wondering if I should stand up on top of my desk. I could switch over to the other one. No, I'm sure this is fine. You still see me. I can make myself a little bit bigger. Stand up in the chair. How's this? Okay. Let's get rid of the background music. Why we do this? We don't want happy upbeat music. We want like
Hydration is important.
Hydration is important. Let me add in some media file? Yes. New one. Spoopy. BGM. Loop it. And we'll play this one I think. And try to catch the volume. Did not catch the volume. How is that? It does it like as soon as you load it in, it's like full volume. Better? Could it be maybe lowered a little bit? I want it to be like just kind of like just a little bit in the background. Me. Yeah, I think that's about right. Okay. This story is called The Crystal Dragon, written by Novel AI and Kaiko Murasaki. It's a short story, very small. Oh, The Crystal Dragon Encounter. Apologies. I had to read the whole title. A purple-haired demon with a broken left horn looked bored. Bored, she said, twirling her long tail. The crystal dragon was standing on the top of the mountain, Wait, that's right. The crystal dragon was on standing at the top of the mountain, finally noticed us after we killed all its minions. Do you think she'll actually speak to us, Kaiko? Asked Tofu, Kaiko's blue-haired rabbit friend. She'd better, said Kaiko. I didn't walk all the way here to beat up a bunch of fuzzballs and have her sit up there on her high and mighty throne refusing to meet with us. Galena battles the crystal dragon. Hey! You! Yelled Kaiko. The crystal dragon turned towards the group.
What do you want? Are you here to kill me too?
It asks. Kill you? Kaiko was taken aback. Tofu and I are not in the business of killing. Kaiko turned her attention to Galena. Also, who the hell is this? Kaiko, said Tofu. We're supposed to be here to talk to her, remember? Yeah, but she doesn't look very friendly. Galena fights the crystal dragon. Wait. Talk to Galena or the dragon? Kaiko asked, clearly not remembering why they had come to the mountain in the first place. Well, Tofu hesitated. We can always fight the dragon if it attacks us. Let's try talking to her first, suggested Kaiko. Yes, let's, said Tofu. Alright, Kaiko said with a heavy sigh. If she won't come down here, I guess we'll have to climb up. Tofu's bunny ears laid flat as she looked up at the large mountain. This looks like it's going to be quite the climb, too, she said with a gulp. Kaiko nodded and brushed the purple hair from her eyes and began climbing the rock.
Stop right there!
Yelled the crystal dragon. No one's
allowed beyond this point. No one! Not even Galena.
Galena battles the crystal dragon. I'll do this. Oh, wait. Why should we listen to you? Asked Foobs, rappelling down from a helicopter piloted by Biggs. Tofu and Kaiko looked at Foobs in confusion. How the hell did you get to find a helicopter? Asked Kaiko, clearly out of breath and out of shape. I asked? Foobs said, standing next to Tofu. So, we kill the dragon, yes? No. We're just supposed to talk to her. That sounds boring. That's too much. I'll just do this one. That sounds boring, said Biggs, landing next to Kaiko as he leapt from the helicopter, which promptly crashed in the distance. Oh well, Kaiko said, sizing up the dragon. We fight if she won't talk, but only then. Also, still can't see the dials. God damn it. Foobs rolls her eyes at Tofu's order. Well, it seems no one wants to talk, said Tofu, so I guess we fight then. The crystal dragon takes out a mirror to see herself. What is she doing? Asked Biggs, watching the dragon in confusion. You have the same amount of information that I do, quipped Kaiko. Okay, Miss Salt, we don't need any snarky comments from you. Someone needs a nap, said Tofu, crossing her arms. This is why I tell you two all the time to get to bed. I mean, look at Foobs, she said, pointing to the tiny little demon lizard carrying an entire arsenal of weapons and marching in place. Sleep is for the weak, Big said with a pause. But I am pretty tired. I could use a nap. No time for napping, shouted Foobs. It's Crystal Dragon killing time. Can't do this there. The Crystal Dragon uses its magic mirror to turn itself into a hammer and smashes Galena. Foobs whips out her own weapon and begins swinging wildly. Big stands by, holding his sword ready to strike, but Foobs continues to swing her weapon around. Any K who Galena is? Foobs said, swinging her katana at the Crystal Dragon. She was weak if she didn't see that attack coming. Galena succumbs to her wounds and disappears into ash. Neat, said Kaiko, taking a picture of the ash blowing away in the wind.
Enough!
Shouted the Crystal Dragon.
Why are you here? Why are you trying to fight me?
'Cause you're a dragon, duh, said Foobs with an air of matter-of-fact. Oh yeah, because dragons are awesome and the world would be much less awesome without them, added Biggs, who is still standing behind Kaiko and Tofu. And this is where we'd be if it weren't for dragons. Kaiko and Tofu looked at each other and then back at Biggs. What? They both asked in unison. I stand by what I said, Biggs said, crossing his arms. Foobs continued swinging wildly as the dragon continued to deflect her attacks with her giant claws. With her other clawed paw, she rubbed the side of her temple.
Will you stop? Snorted
the Crystal Dragon.
No one even asked me a question or made a statement to me. You can't just walk into someone's house, stare at them while they're doing their makeup, and declare as refusing to talk.
She has a point, said Tofu, looking over at Kaiko. She came to talk, and we're here to fight. I mean, yeah, we're here to fight, said Kaiko. I think. I'm just saying, said Foobs, that perhaps if you were a little nicer about things, maybe you wouldn't have been so ready to attack. Kaiko looked at Tofu and then at Foobs before turning back to the crystal dragon. Sorry, we were confused and thought that you wanted to kill us, but if you really want to talk,
I'll come down,
said the crystal dragon.
but only if your angel friend goes goose form.
What? Big said in confusion. Goose form! Kaiko said, typing something into a small PDA. And now wait just once. Big's sentence was cut short as he suddenly poofed into a small Canadian goose. And why do you have that? The crystal dragon points at the dragon in the mirror.
You!
She yells at Galena.
Why are you making my dragon act like a goose? I hate geese!
It's a spell, said Kaiko, typing another command into her PDA. Something is seriously wrong with this dragon, whispered Tofu in Kaiko's direction. Maybe we should just leave and maybe find a nice doctor to help the dragon out? Well, I think you may be on something there, said Kaiko in response. Okay, dragon, Kaiko shouted towards the crystal dragon. We'll leave you alone now. You seem to be quite busy with this Galena person and your reflection. So we'll just be on our way. Ah, said Foobs in disappointment as she sheathed her katana. I was ready to fight. So I'm a goose for no reason? Big's ass looking up at Kaiko. Kaiko shrugged and slipped the PDA back into her pocket. It was still fun to see. Come on, everyone, she said, turning to head back down the mountain. Why don't we just take the trail this time? Tofu said, pointing to a sign indicating a trail back down. Kaiko shook her head. No. We can't do that. Remember what happened last time we went down that trail? Right, said Foobs. That was pretty bad. So the group descended the mountain, past the warning signs of falling rocks, past the wreckage of a smoldering helicopter, and down to the bottom of the mountain. Also, Foobs said, pulling out a cell phone to look up a number of a local psychologist. Why do you have a PDA? The family heirloom, Kaiko said with a blush. Shut up! The end! You hope it becomes lore that Biggs has disposable helicopters? I would love that. Later, I found out after I wrote it that there were like, since it's a tutorial script, like they started it, and I added some lines to it here and there, and I took a turn and it took a turn and then I took a turn and back and forth and so on. I learned that it had taglines in it, like certain keywords that it should add in, and Galena was one of them. I don't know who Galena is, but it certainly made for an interesting story. Also, I'm a little rusty on my voices. I guess I do need to play Pokemon. Now, we're over to Pengu for his first story, titled The Monster Under the Bed. As I take another drink. I trembled a little bit. It's fine. This one's gonna be fun. I wish I would have prepared like sound effects and stuff like that. My was a soup sandwich today. As far as getting everything ready. I spent a long time setting up the storytelling room and the wrong platform. This is a ninja mission. Wonder how many of you are the monsters? Well, monster under my bed is cute and fluffy, but he does bite. and sometimes he scratches up the bed. Okay, here we go. The monster under the bed. The little boy has always been a troublemaker to his parents. He would torture his older siblings, pull pranks on his parents, and just being generally mean to everyone around him. However, this next birthday was coming up, and so everyone tolerated his antics just a little more than normal. As the boy finished another argument with his parents about going to bed, he begrudgingly brushed his teeth and stomped his feet to his room. The amount of noise the boy was making was certain to upset his parents, but he didn't care. He climbed into bed, he rolled onto his side and looked at himself in the mirror. The mirror reflected back his gleeful smile as he could hear his parents downstairs talking about how troublesome he was. He loved looking at himself in the mirror to see the slight chances as he has grown through the years. Slight changes he has grown through the years. He knew instinctively he would become a handsome man one day, which, if anything is true, attractive people get away with anything, right? Tonight, however, something was different in the mirror. The shadow underneath his bed was darker than normal. It looked like there was a figure perfectly camouflaged in the darkness. As the boy leaned closer to the edge of his bed, the shadow moved forward with him. A terrified scream erupted from the child's mouth as he could hear his parents' hurried footsteps hammering up the stairs. His dad was first through the doorway and was shocked to see his son curled up in the corner of his wall. "What's wrong, son? You look terrified." His father was a stoutly built man who radiated confidence and safety to his surroundings. The boy couldn't speak and pointed down to the edge of his bed. His father had an annoyed smile break across his face. "Saw something under your bed, son?" The boy nodded, his head vigorously, the terror clearly still etched in his face. The boy's father walked to the edge of his bed, towering like some superhero over his son. He knelt down, pushed his face under the boy's bed. "Now you listen here, monster. You stay away from my son. If I have to come up here again, I'm gonna come under there and deal with you myself." Father's voice was booming, and its deep tenor shook the room. I guess that would have been good to use the actual voice changer. The boy looked at his dad with a big smile, clasping his arms around his dad's neck. Am I safe now, Dad? I've never seen a monster before." The boy's voice was shaky. The boy's father patted him on his back, embracing his son in a bear hug. After telling the boy he was fine, his parents left, leaving the light on, just in the hopes a little extra light tonight would be comfort for their son. The remainder of the night passed without incident. The next day was a typical one for the child, picking on his siblings, going to school, torturing his teachers, and coming home with another disciplinary report for his parents to fill out. As the boy finished his homework and got ready for bed, a sinking sensation began to fill the pit of his stomach. As he entered his room, before crossing the distance to his bed, the boy looked in the mirror. He went pale, as there was a monster from the previous night. The monster from the previous night was back. And even though it had no face, the boy knew it was watching him. He was paralyzed with fear until a clawed shadow reached out from underneath the bed towards him. A puddle began to form at the boy's feet as a fresh scream escaped his throat. The night before, his parents were in his room in seconds, with his mom making it through the doorway at first tonight. "Oh dear. Looks like something really scared you tonight." The mother's eyes were full of caring, with her lips pursed in a smile that only mothers can do. The boy was pointing and grunting at the space under his bed, again unable to speak due to fear paralysis. His father looked at his mother without saying a word. They both nodded. "Since tomorrow's your birthday, and we want you to have a good night's rest, your father and I will get you cleaned up, and you sleep in our bed tonight." The boy felt tears begin to roll down his face He nodded his head in defeat. Even though he was old enough to take a shower by himself, tonight his mom joined him in the bathroom, gave him a bath, like she would regularly 2 years ago. This somehow made him relax and feel safe again. With his fresh pajamas embracing him like a warm hug, he crawled into his parents' bed between them. As his eyes became heavy and began to drift off to sleep, he could have sworn he saw the same shadowy monster watching him from beneath his parents' bed. As the light pierced through the curtains, the following morning the boy woke up in an empty bed. The smell of bacon and eggs drifted pleasantly up the stairs from the kitchen. The boy checked the mirror and saw no shadowy monster under the bed. As he worked his way out the door and down the stairs, he could hear his siblings laughing and playing. As he turned on the landing to face the living room, hung at the top of the wall in large letters was "Happy Birthday." A smile stretched all the way to his eyes as he remembered that today was his birthday. As the boy entered the dining room, his siblings ran up and hugged him, and wished him happy birthday. The boy's parents came out of the kitchen holding large plates of bacon, eggs, pancakes, and French toast. As he took his seat at the far side of the table, he joined his family in grace. Instead of picking on his siblings and making his parents' lives a challenge, today he decided just to enjoy the festivities. As the day progressed from morning to night, the boy completely forgot about the monster that had been lurking under his bed. As the boy finished preparing for bed, he was feeling bolder than ever. But now he was another year older. The creature again was hiding under his bed, watching him as he entered. Gathering all his newfound courage, brought on by the change of his age, he approached the edge of his bed. Like his father, he leaned down to yell at the monster to go away. As soon as his eyes met the monster's, it grabbed the side of his head with both hands. Suddenly, the boy was staring into his own eyes, with his hands grabbing the sides of his head. He watched as the body jerked back and quickly took several steps back from his bed. In horror, he watched his mouth begin to move.
Thank you for finally coming to my aid. I have spent so long trapped under other kids' beds. It's been almost a decade since I lost my body.
The boy, who was now the monster under the bed, tried to speak but discovered he had no mouth. His hands reactively went to where his mouth should have been, and the space was now smoothed over.
You know, losing your ability to speak is shocking at first, but you'll get used to it. Listen, I know you're wondering what's going on, and I'll give you more information I'll give you the information that I received. You see, you're not alone in there. Spaces between the beds, every shadow, and there is someone who lost their body to someone else. I'm not sure how it started or even how many of us there are, but the story's always the same. We were troublesome kids, we were never behaved, and we created all kinds of problems for everyone in our lives.
The boy tried to push himself out from under the bed in an attempt to reach his body. An invisible force blocked him from getting even getting a finger into the light.
That's not going to work. I'm sorry. I tried the same thing when I first got swept. Others can hear your thoughts in there, so keep that in mind as a form of communication. By the way, this is the last time you'll see your body. Sorry again about that, but I will take good care of your family. I will show your siblings and parents all the love you failed to give them. I will do everything.
Boop 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 boop. I lost my spot.
I will do everything to be a better kid than you were. And you will be remembered as a truly kind person.
The boy continued to struggle against the invisible barrier between the bed and his lit room. He watched in horror as his body walked over to the light switch and flicked it off. As the room went dark, before his eyes. The boy rushed forward, hoping that he would run into his body in the dark. Traveled further than the wall. Would have been. Was wondering if he had missed his body. As he turned and rushed in the opposite direction, when he reached where his bed would have been, he just continued right through space. His wide, he looked around and saw hundreds of other shadows. Some watching him, knowing sad eyes. Others just wandering aimlessly through the darkness. 10 years has gone by, and the boy has discovered ways of catching glimpses at himself over the years. The monster that had taken over his body had stayed true to his words. His family loved the monster deeply. His body had helped his siblings throughout the years. And the monster had even found a really beautiful woman to date while in college. It was such a better life than the one he would have had made had he stayed in his own body. The boy discovered some more of the rules of this realm, and had finally unlocked the secret he had been desiring. How to swap places with someone on the outside. He'd found the nightmare of a little boy who was about his age when he was swapped. Who knows? Maybe his time has finally come to make the world a little bit of a nicer place. The end. This is a very good story. I like stories like that. You think, because people do change colors like overnight sometimes, like, you don't seem like the same person. What if they were actually a monster? Kitty came to say hi. Hi, Kitty. Hope this doesn't end GoXR exploding. No, I was gonna do something really cool, but then I realized I needed both hands and I wasn't able to see. Cause I was gonna do.
As he was talking, like slowly transitioned to
A normal voice so that he sounds more like a kid.
but I decided it's too low. That's too, there we go. That's a little bit better.
I decided that was too much work. Hey, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a really good day today. You're gonna have fun over the weekend too. That was an awesome voice. Thank you. What if a monster took them? Could be. I have a monster right here. I think a monster took over this monster. Because when he was a baby, he was really sweet and cute and cuddly. And then now he's a monster. Omu, are you a monster from under the bed? Hmm? Please, I'm trying to do stuff. You'll get your breakfast later. Off my back. Dun, 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 dun. Stand up on my chair a little bit. I'm watching you all. I think they took more than what they told. I think they took more than what they told at the vet. I think so too. He has not been the same since he went to the vet to get fixed. But he was so small. I don't think he was ready. They stole original monster. They swapped him out. I bet some family has the original cuddly monster. He'll get better. Lately he's been like doing cute little subtle things. It's like, I want your attention, but I don't want you to know that I want your attention. I'm not ready for that yet. You make a big deal about it and you ruin it, and then I just want to leave anyway. He's like a teenager. But thank you for that story, Pengu. That one was really good. And man, I think I need to get a bigger stream deck so I can have hotkeys for sounds, because having like a child scream would have been perfect, like to add in for that story. I know I can like find a lot of those ones, but my stream deck is so small. It's too small. It depends. No one who was supposed to live a better life for the one you took. If so, you might have messed up. Uh-oh. Hey, look. Are you just trying to, you know, get free of the shadows? It's hard. It's hard to know which one's the right one, you know, I assume. Let me take another drink and then we'll move on to Nature's Conquest. Scared of the dark, so maybe you probably didn't even scope it out. You just ran whichever one you got. That's what you got. Dino, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How are you today? Pardon my rudeness. I'm standing on my chair so I can be bigger. I'll see you.
Hydration is important.
You can't farm the Dead or Alive event in Azure Lane event now? For now? The ships are angry at you? Yeah, I had that trouble today because I was only using one fleet because they have little formidable and I want to get her. So I've been only using one fleet and they started getting angry and I was like, alright, I'll wait. I mean, it only just started. I think you've got like 2 weeks, Mooey. I think it'll be fine. Also, thank you for the stretch. I would absolutely do that. Wow. You forgot to use her?
Yes.
Well, for tomorrow, make sure you put her in your team. Because if she fights with you, she's more likely... Well, she earns experience faster. Trust? I think it's called trust for those ones. I think they removed the Ame blurb. Yeah, let me see if I can help. Real quick. When we're in between stories. Sound alerts. Twitch. That's the one. That's it right there. Disclaimer, Logan. Logan with such authorizes. Bless you. He doesn't get sick again. I think that one was just a dust sneeze. Alright. My alerts. Yeah, blah 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 blah. New features. That's great. Do. Bye. Done. I wish you could search through these ones, it'd be a lot easier. Here is drink water. I'm a huckleberry. It'd also be better if it like organized it alphabetically, but it doesn't do that. I have a lot of sound alerts. What's this one? Ups on rocks. Oh, there's a lot of these. I wonder if I can clean this up. Here. Water in the fire. Why? It's pretty great, you guys. On that one. I must say so. House. Ah, here we go.
Tato.
Tato.
Tato house.
Tato House.
Some more Tato house.
Other? No. Okay. And then I say, and then where did it go? Oh, I went to channel points instead. God damn it. It's fine, I'll leave it there for now. It's 999 channel points, but it should be there. If you refresh. Son of a bitch! I'll move it over to the bits bit later. But for tonight, it's technically kind of free. You're welcome. Meow, 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 meow. You found another one? What? Only one that you found are outside the rating threshold, so you can't? Oh, it's because she says bitch. She says bitch! And I have a PG-13 rated because I don't want to have to deal with anybody playing something incredibly cringe and then having to listen to that. You say on sound alerts? It's in channel points. If you refresh the page, it should come up in channel points. It's 999 though. There you go. I will take a drink. On your main use of channel points, I have so many redeems. So many redeems.
No. No.
No. I have an idea. Let's go into studio mode. Yes. The games. Add in a source. Yes, the name it is. Image 10? Could be that one. I want to go into a better setting. I'm not just sitting behind my desk. Where do you suppose past Kaiko would put that? Doop. Oh, there it is. Add that sauce. I guess we'll just have to go over there. I'll move things around when we get there. Let's head over to a different room so it's a little bit nicer. This is the room. Is this better? This is different. Where is chat in this one? You guys are. Oh, I'm gonna put you for just a little bit. Chat box. That's the wrong one. Oh, I don't know why I still have it. You know, I wouldn't mind Streamlabs if you could just like organize things better, like in OBS. Soon it won't matter. Soon I'll have everything figured out. Don't Make me put a timer on that one. Which gamepad? There we go. You guys can go over here by the katanas. How about that? And then I can be here. Nothing up here. And I'm gonna turn off a couple of redeems because we don't need them. Well, today. Yes. I think just that one. This is maybe a little bit spookier. We can add in the excuse me, I need to be able to see the computer, bud. You can't stand in front of it. Add in the spoopy music. Spoopy BGM. I'll turn it down just a little bit. Yelly, welcome back. How are you today? Is Nelly gonna write a story? Will you write a story? I'll read it. I'm reading Pengu's stories right now. You love stories? You've come to the right place. Kaiko's not home right now. I was behind the TV. This is the room I want to use for storytelling. So when I get it all set up, it's gonna look really cool. Probably. If I turn... Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Why is it doing that screen? Who the heck knows? Not me. Alright. Pengu's next story. I've dabbled enough. Nature's Conquest. The weather was beginning to change from winter to spring, and everyone was beginning to prepare for the worst season in history. It was only 5 years ago, and everything changed. At first, it was simply just people complaining that their allergies were getting worse. Scientists began researching what was causing the sudden increase in severity, but could not find anything new. If only they had discovered the truth, maybe what came the following year could have been prevented. See, the scientists did not look hard enough and missed that some of the pollen had spores growing out of them. Those spores later became known as the fungal infection, blue root. Blue root was first discovered on trees in Yellowstone after the volcano erupted suddenly. Erupted surprisingly gently. Instead of the world-ending eruption that everyone believed would happen, instead for an entire year, hot steam and some lava was blasted all through the surrounding area. Any life caught in this searing heat was immediately killed. Those were the lucky ones. A few months after the event had subsided, geologists... wait, that's all, folks. A few months after the event had subsided, geologists and biologists descended to see what impacts such a unique event had on the ecosystem. Many were surprised to see that not only had some plant life already started to come back, but seemed to be thriving in its new environment. Every plant in Yellowstone was coming to life luster, healthier, and full of vibrant colors that had never been observed in nature. Many of the trees had new fungus that looked like blue veins growing all across the roots and along the bark. Animals began returning to the area, and everything seemed to be recovering for the better. Tourism industry boomed that fall as people from around the world wanted to see this new ecosystem that was forming. If they only knew how much of a mistake visiting the park would have been, most probably would have never risked it. It took a whole year for people to start complaining about worsening allergies. The strange fungus had spread from Yellowstone to plants all over the world. What was once a chance to be observed in pollen was now abundantly clear. Blue veins covered 1 out of every 1,000 specimens of pollen. The infected plants began causing severe allergic reactions in people and animals alike. Initially, it was compared to a severe hay fever, with some people being hospitalized or even passing away. When the bodies were autopsied, the determination was always the same: rapid asphyxiation. Veins in the body would be a deep blue, as if all the oxygen had been sapped from the body. Only someone had drawn that blood and investigated it further to see the blue root was evolving. During the summer and fall of that year, wildlife populations began to decline, and a surprising amount of them appeared to have the same blue fungus growing along their bodies. Hunters were the first to notice the disease on the animals, as several deer and elk that were killed were infested with this weird fungus all throughout their organs. It wasn't until the first fatality of an elk charging a group of hunters and impaling one of them through the skull did anyone grow concerned. Initially, it was believed that blue root was comparable to a form of rabies that would increase aggression in animal life. Governments around the world began development of plans to both research and purge the infected animals. If only the world had been focused on finding a cure instead of fighting against the looming natural disaster. The first human case of blue root was discovered in England shortly thereafter. A young couple showed up to a hospital, concerned about a weird rash. The doctor saw them. The doctor that saw them had asked the man to lift up his shirt and was immediately taken aback, as the man's chest was completely covered in blue veins that appeared to have originated from his lymph nodes. In a brief time, while the doctor observing the growth, it continued to expand across the man's arms, legs, back, and neck. The woman clasped before the man did, and the doctor fled from the room. Sadly, he had already been exposed to blue root unknowingly. Within a month, every major city across the world had implemented quarantines to a new infection that was spreading across the densely populated areas. The CDC and the World Health Organization both had dived headlong into researching what was the cause of this new disease. The mortality rate was only 50% of the infected. However, the people who survived were forever changed. They became known as the rooted. Once a person became one of the infected and survived, they would start hearing the collective. Any living creature could become infected with blue root, and if they survived the infection, they would become linked to all the others that were infected. The only reason why humanity even knew that much was due to a scientist who had already recorded all of his symptoms before the collective fully took over. That scientist gave humanity a fighting chance, as blue root slowly learned from its enraptured victims. Humanity itself had moved to the underground shelters with filtration systems that purged blue root from the air. Before anyone leaves from the shelter, they are required to wear airtight suits with oxygen tanks. The preparation gates are the only way in or out of the shelters, and are designed to prevent anyone from entering who are affected. An extensive set of tests are done on anyone entering the facility to make sure that they have not brought in the fungus. Humanity only communicates now with secure radio channels utilizing encoded messages to send and receive information on how blue root has evolved. All of these precautions became necessary as the rooted began relearning how to speak. A few were successful in infiltrating under-prepared shelters and infecting everyone inside of them within days. It was discovered that killing a rooted with anything but fire allowed the body to act like a mass delivery system. When a rooted died, their blue veins would burst open, releasing spores in an infectious cloud of blue root that could expand out for hundreds of feet. A single rooted could easily infect an entire shelter or a city block, which is exactly what was happening until the rest of humanity caught on. Humans tend to be more reactive and proactive to threats, which gave large initial advantage to the rooted. They would try to convince former family members or partners that they knew the way to save humanity and had turned against the collective. Eventually, as people started to ignore the rooted, they became more violent. They became violent and attacked those who would venture forth from the shelters. No one was ever fatally wounded. The goal was always to create an opening to infect those that ventured out. Recently, a shelter was established right outside Yellowstone, in the belief that the park was the source of Blue Root. The last 3 teams that had ventured into the forest discovered that everything had begun to become coated in blue root. Animals, plants, and even the ground was coated in blue veins. Every step would cause spore clouds to erupt into the air all around the teams. A sample was taken from the center of the forest, which has been used to make an antifungal in hopes of reversing the infected back to their former state. Someone was required to be the experiment for the cure, which also meant becoming infected with blue root. The man who decided to undergo the experiment was determined to be the most likely to survive the infection phase, which wound up being true. He's now fully part of the collective and trying his best to fight against the cure the humans made. It's okay though. With every injection, we the collective had learned so much about this cure. Small adjustment here, a little bit of evolution, and we're able to use this cure to mask our veins. The rest of humanity can discover the peace of joining us. Join us. That was a good one. I got a little chills at the end. That one, Pengu, thank you. That was a good story. Clap, 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 clap. Yes. Pachi, 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 pachi. Now, I also have... I learned I don't know a lot of like the most popular creepypastas, so I found a bunch of those. You're working on another one? We're gonna take a break. I am gonna do this again sometime next month. I'll read stories. I'll actually be prepared for it. I said that last time too, but I know that there's a way I can have like hotkeys on screen, so I can just click those instead of just relying on my Stream Deck. I just have to set them up, and remembering to do that is an issue. So if there are any shorts, creepypastas you would like me to read, I'm open to them. But I have some short stories, some creepypastas, and some just short stories. I don't know if they're scary, but they're from the top 10 horror stories you have to read. So, so we have to. Those are the rules. I'm not gonna read that one because I don't even know how to say the name. Oh, that's her name. I know. In case it doesn't matter. That one's called The Tower. These ones are like very short stories, so they're only like a paragraph. We're gonna read a couple of those. Stifling? Stifling. Maybe that's it. You go get some sleep? Does you work soon? Yes, go get some sleep. You gotta be prepared for tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out, I appreciate it. Let me read a couple more. In the bag? Okay, that one sounds spoopy. This one's called In the Bag. The boy's face struggled within the plastic bag. His eyes were gray, blank holes full of fog beneath the plastic. So begins the haunting of Clark, a militant headmaster who feels no guilt for suffocating his playmate during a childhood prank. Long ago, yet not forgotten. There's something distinctly darkly... What the hell are these words? Can you say just strange about Campbell's fiction? Okay, this is like a... So was that the end of it? It was just the quoted part? There was like one sentence. Son of a bitch. I'm not reading your stuff. Get the hell out of here. I don't need your commentary. What about you? Okay, this one's called Girl. Wash the wet clothes on Monday and put them on the stone heap. Wash color clothes on Tuesday and put them on the clothesline to dry. Don't walk barehead in the hot sun. Cook pumpkin fritters in hot sweet oil. Soak your little clothes right after you take them off. When buying cotton to make yourself a nice blouse, be sure that it doesn't have any gum on it. Because that way it won't hold up well after a wash. Soak salt fish overnight before you cook it. Is it true that you sing Benna in Sunday school? Always eat your food in such a way that it won't turn someone else's stomach. On Sundays, try to walk like a lady and not like the slut you are. So bent on becoming. Don't sing Benna in Sunday school. You mustn't speak to wharf rat boys, not even to give directions. Don't eat fruits on the street. Flies will follow you. But I don't sing Benna on Sundays at all, and never sing in Sunday school. Oh, my best friend. Vinny, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. This is how to sew a button. This is how to make a buttonhole for the button you've just sewed. This is how to hem a dress when you see the hem coming down, and sew to prevent yourself from looking like the slut I know you were so bent on becoming. This is how you iron your father's khaki shirt so that it doesn't have creases. This is how you iron your father's khaki pants so that it doesn't have creases. This is how you grow okra far from the house, because okra trees harbor red ants. When you're growing dashing, make sure it gets plenty of water or else it makes your throat itch when you're eating it. This is how you sweep the corner. This is how you sweep a whole house. This is how you sweep a yard. This is how you smile to someone you don't like too much. This is how you smile to someone you don't like at all. This is how you smile to someone you like completely. This is how you set a table for tea. This is how you set a table for dinner. This is how you set a table for dinner with an important guest. This is how you set a table for lunch. This is how you set a table for breakfast. This is how you behave in presence of men who don't know you very well. In this way, they won't recognize immediately the slut I have warned you against becoming. Be sure to wash every day, even if it's with your own spit. Don't squat down to play with marbles. You're not a boy, you know. You don't pick people's flowers. You might catch something. Don't throw stones at blackbirds, because it might not be a blackbird at all. This is how to make a bread pudding. This is how to make dokona. This is how to make a pepper pot. This is how to make good medicine for a cold. This is how to make good medicine to throw away a child before it becomes a child. This is how to catch a fish. This is how to throw back a fish you don't like. And that way something bad won't fall on you. This is how you bully a man. This is how a man bullies you. This is how to love a man. And if this doesn't work, there are other ways. And if they don't work, don't feel too bad about giving up. This is how to spit up in the air if you feel like it. And this is how to move quick so that it doesn't fall on you. This is how to make ends meet. Always squeeze bread to make sure it's fresh. But what if the baker won't let me feel the bread? You mean to say after all, you're really going to be the kind of woman who the baker won't let near the bread? Riveting tale. Carlos, welcome back. How are you today? Vinny, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. And Takumi? Like that, Takumi? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. This was a weird story. I regret it. It might have sounded like I was gonna have more to say there, but that's it. I don't regret it. You're 100% all in for throwing children. I don't think you're supposed to. Thank you, the New Yorker, for that story. Riveting tale. I think this one is a spooky one. I don't know what Tin House is. That's a little bit longer one. Let's just go to creepypastas. I know those ones are spooky. I'm gonna take a drink first. Today you learned okra grows from trees? Yeah, I did know that. I thought it was more probably like, I guess I don't know how spinach grows either. I thought it grew like a plant in the ground. Do hype trains? Do hype trains? Thank you for the bits, I appreciate it. Da-da-da. Dude, 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 dude. Pipe. Tried to dance best I could. My hips don't always do what I want them to do. It's like a kid dance. Kids at weddings, sometimes the awkward one. I was the awkward one at weddings. Like, still dancing the same. You got it. Throwing children always gives Kaiko hype for some reason. Talk about throwing kids more often. You guys have any favorite creepypastas? Actually, it turns out I don't know any creepypastas. I was looking at my own, I don't know any of these stories. Oh, I think this is placeholder for an in the middle of the story. It has advertisement just in the middle of the page. There's not an advertisement in it. I'm sure it's fine. This should take 8 minutes. What if I read it out loud and do voices? 11. This one says 11 minutes. You don't even know. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Very, very, very much. Thank you. Get all the new impolites. So when you miss the beginning, you have to show up early next time so you can see the new beginning. You're featured in it. Without your permission, of course. You and Red are in it. Alright, this one has an 8.99 out of 10 rating on the Creepypasta channel. You're suing? I own you. Or Kai does? Anyway, they can't see your face, so it could be any other impolite with red horns and a fluffy tail. We all know who Red is, though. That's pretty obvious. This one is called I've Had the Same Dream for 26 years. It's been 85 years. You're saving orphans from getting kicked by demons? No, we don't kick them. We throw them. I skipped your message again? Well, subs. Let me scroll back up. Did I read the ham horror story I posted in the feed? Oh, I didn't yet. I can read that one really quick. I'll read that one first. I forgot. I forgot. Okay. Is this a two-parter? Or is this like the second part, the... Are these two ham stories? You can find a good creepy story? As long as it's a short story. Then I'll read it. So, is these two parts, or...? You know a really scary story about a cheating cow? I don't think chat's ready for that one. Maybe next time. We don't want to overwhelm them, you know. Oh, first one's President Ham and the second one is Horror Ham. Okay, it's two different stories. Alright. President Ham. Once upon a time, in a country far, far away, there was a ham. Yes, you read that correctly. A ham. As in, the cured meat you put on sandwiches. This particular ham was quite special, though. It had somehow gained sentience and was able to speak and think like a human. One day, the ham was wandering around the streets when it suddenly stumbled upon a political rally. There were all kinds of animals there, from pigs to cows, chickens. They were all clamoring for change. The ham didn't really know what was going on, but it saw an opportunity. And before it knew it, the ham had found itself on stage, giving a rousing speech about how it would bring change to the country. The animals were amazed by the ham's charisma and enthusiasm, and they voted it as the new president. Now, as you can imagine, ham doesn't really have the ability to run a country, but the ham was clever. It knew that it couldn't do anything without being found out, so it decided to take on a different approach. The ham appointed a cabinet of intelligent animals to do all the actual work of governing, while it went on various diplomatic, quote-unquote, diplomatic missions around the world. In reality, the ham was just attending fancy dinners and making small talk. But the other countries didn't seem to notice. Meanwhile, the animal cabinet was doing an excellent job of running the country. They implemented sweeping reforms that helped animals across the nation, and the economy boomed. Animals were happy, and the ham was content. Let them think that it was responsible for all the good things happening. And so it went, year after year. The ham would go on lavish vacations, attending high-profile events, and generally enjoying the perks of being president, while the animal cabinet did all the work. It was a strange situation, but it seemed to be working. Eventually, the ham's term as president came to an end, and it retired to a life of luxury. The animal cabinet continued to run the country, and everything remained peaceful and prosperous. And that, my friend, is the story of the ham, who somehow became president, and managed to rule a country without doing anything at all. That does sound like my ham. That sounds like my ham. Thank you so much again for the hype train. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I very much mean it. Thank you. See what to go for that? It was pretty good. The stories were written entirely by ChatGPT. I love it. Now the ham horror story, though. Once upon a time, there was a small town in the middle of nowhere. Yep. I was only 5 years old. Used to be at least 35 to be president. He'll get there. He'll get there, I believe in him. He's gotta grow his arms first. Then he'll be able to do it. Once upon a time, there was a small town in the middle of nowhere where everyone knew each other's name. One day, a strange occurrence happened that shook the town to its core. It started with an old woman who lived alone in her small cottage on the outskirts of town. She had bought a ham from the local butcher a few weeks ago and had stored it in her fridge, intending to cook for a special occasion. Days turned into weeks, and the ham remained untouched in the fridge. Soon, the ham began to spoil, and a pungent smell filled the old woman's kitchen. She didn't seem to notice the smell, and the ham remained in the fridge for months. One day, the old woman passed away in her sleep. Her body was discovered days later by a neighbor who had grown worried about the sudden disappearance. As the authorities went through her belongings, they stumbled upon the old woman's fridge and found the ham. The ham had been in the fridge for so long that it had started to move on its own. Its flesh turned to a sickly green, and its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. The ham had come to life, and it was hungry. The authorities didn't think too much of it, and threw the ham away in a nearby dumpster. Little did they know that the ham was far from done. The ham wriggled its way from the dumpster and began to roam the streets. As the sun began to set, the ham's hunger grew stronger, and it started to hunt for food. It crept into people's homes and attacked them while they slept, leaving nothing but bones and gore behind. The town was in chaos as people tried to defend themselves from the monster's ham, but it was too late. The ham had grown too powerful, and its hunger had become insatiable. It wasn't until the town's resident scientists discovered that the source of the ham's power that they were able to defeat it. The ham had been imbued with strange energy from the fridge's faulty wiring, and the scientist was able to use this knowledge to create a weapon that would destroy the ham once and for all. The town was forever scarred by the ham's rampage, and no one ever forgot the horror that ham had come to life in their fridge. Ham's doing so great! He became president, and then he also took out an entire town. He became a study. Link me a story in Discord? Take about 5 minutes. Okay, let's check it out. Hey, it's a creepypasta. It's the website I'm on. A Christmas feast? What is it? 9.07 out of 10. Start a... Oh, started. It was a particularly bleak Christmas. This first part. First part story isn't the story. The first part isn't part of the story. So just started. It was a particularly bleak Christmas. All right, what's this called? Christmas feast. You got it. It was a particularly bleak Christmas, and while snow was often welcome at the festive time of year, the penetrating cold and frost, which seemed to sabotage both homes and their residents' bodies, was not. The temperature had plummeted on the 7th, and there had been little sign of any forthcoming reprieve? Doesn't matter. Say it in Morgan Freeman's voice, please.
It was a I mean, here? That's two. This is the best you got. And echo off. Here we go. And up this one just a little bit. Bada bing gabba moo. And echo off. Okay. It was a particularly bleak Christmas, and while snow was often welcome At that festive time of year, the penetrating cold and frost which seemed to sabotage both homes and their residents' bodies was not. The temperature had plummeted on the 7th, and there had been little sign of any forthcoming reprieve. Is that good? Families attempted as best as they could to reach one another, but for many it was to be a lonely Christmas Day. Travel, especially loading advertisements, goddammit. Travel, especially for the elderly, was almost impossible for fear of slipping on the ice. One fall and it would take one fall is all it would take for a broken hip or shoulder. And for the more fragile individuals amongst them, recovering from such an injury was not an easy task. Certainly not as easy as it would be those of the younger vintage. The Cardinal family had taken pity on an elderly gentleman who had recently moved to the neighborhood only a few streets away. They were of an upstanding stock and took part in local home help initiatives, spending time with the old and vulnerable. Everyone knew and loved them. Timmy was the youngest, a boy of only 5 or 6. He was a child whom all looked upon with great adoration. Never complaining, never causing trouble, always adorable. And his 10-year-old sister Camilla was equally as admired. They are both a testament to the caring and nurturing parent skills of Ben and Lucy Cardinal. Each year, as the cold winter drew in, the Cardinal family were admired for their dedication and commitment to those around them, their passion, almost zeal for helping those who were less fortunate. But behind the smiles and the skin-deep facade, that of a loving family lurked a far more sinister purpose. They had a tradition each year, a way to reward themselves for their kindness and generosity, which stemmed back through many previous generations of the Cardinal family. Each Christmas, they would invite a guest over for dinner, would be welcomed in with open arms into their home, sat down at a beautifully set table, provided with humorous and enjoyable Christmas conversation, and then by the light of the roaring fire, the guests would be stabbed to death and eaten gratefully. You hate Timmy? Me too. They all reveled in the old tradition, with Timmy looking forward to it the most. He had a ferocious appetite and a waistline to match it. But children do get so wrapped up in the anticipation of a family Christmas, and his parents were delighted to see a growing boy fill his belly. Camilla was more of a quiet disposition than her stout little brother. Slight of figure with a pallid complexion which reminded them all of her mother. But make no mistake, she adored eating with the family and could render anyone silent with a sharp, cold insult. Ben was the local police chief for the area, so covering up the annual feast was quite the cinch. While Lucy was, shall we say, a relation of sorts, with entirely enthusiastic about maintaining the Christmas tradition. The guests were invariably those without family, and often of ripe old age, forgotten by society, left to wither in their isolated little houses. Ben explained to the children yearly that it was almost a kindness to put the victims out of their slowly increasing misery. And besides, when they did eventually die, they would be shoved into a box in the ground or roasted into ashes. What a waste of good meat. This year, Timmy and Camilla were especially excited. It was all their mother could do to keep calm their nerves. But on that Christmas Eve, it was nearly impossible. They knew the special treat they were in for the following day. Cardinals were hosting the most special guest. So why does he have a name like this? His name was Sergey. His name was Ser, and he hailed from Eastern Europe. They had never forgotten, they never had foreign meat before, and the very idea of turning into some delicious exotic muscle and fat made this year's feast something really to look forward to. They had met old man. What did I name him? Seer? They all met old man Seer just a few weeks earlier when Ben had noticed the unusual name on his home help list. Each year as Christmas approached, the volunteers of the local church would be given names and addresses of pensioners in the area who had no family and would be left quite alone over the holiday season. At that festive time of year, and worried that many of the frailer residents might succumb to the biting cold, church committee members would visit each of these lonely individuals and offer a friendly ear and a helping hand, and often some hearty food to the poorest of those on the list. The names would rarely change, but at least one person, god damn it, on the list, the names would rarely change, but at least one person on that list would sadly pass away that year. Being an upstanding member of the community, a high-ranking police officer in the area, Ben would often inform the church that one of their flock had sadly passed away, and with no friends or family known, he would concoct a lie which usually involved a long-lost son or daughter appearing to take their sadly departed parents somewhere far away to be buried. That, or he would say they had simply moved, having a bit of a deal with a local estate agent and solicitors firm to throw the proceeds from any property sales their way. The family were not without influence. It was incredible how little people questioned this, but as the Cardinals assured that each Christmas meal was not an active member in the church community, people just assumed that Ben knew best. This year, the Cardinals had been hoping to invite Lucy Rindridge around for Christmas swan song, but unfortunately she had died during the summer. Ben had investigated, and he suspected that an intruder had been inside the house with her at the time of her death, but it seemed as though the causes were natural. No, the family would just have to find someone different for dinner. Then the name appeared on the list. Seer, 86. Slightly emphysema? No family, no one knows in the area, as he's the only recently moved here. Correct. Ben found Seer to be an absolute delight. While he was obviously very frail, his mind was still sharp, and he regaled Ben with numerous colorful stories about the old country and the adventures he had while in full bloom of youth. Of particular interest were his war stories, and Ben was thrilled to know that their main course would be that of an intelligent, well-traveled man. He even looked unlike any of the previous victims. He was quite tall, although slightly hunched with age, and with a long, crooked nose and intense stare. Ben fancied that in his youth, Seer would have been quite intimidating. His kind smile and obviously fragile frame, however, left Ben in no doubt that his kids would love him. They enjoyed eating those with character and a gentle disposition. He always enjoyed the meat more if it had been a keen mind and was out of the ordinary, as the family religion, one of which managed to stay unseen yet influential throughout the centuries, stated that the eating of another human being would transmit some of its strengths to those who devoured it. As with many of those who can only look into the past rather than into the future, Seer enjoyed the company greatly, and was touched when Ben invited him to sit at his family's Christmas table. The old man was extremely frail and required the assistance of both Ben and Camilla to help him in and out of Ben's car, and then into the house. His emphysema was particularly bad on that day, as each step was accompanied by a wheezing, fluid-filled sounds of struggling lungs. Each room of the Cardinal home was draped in multicolored selection of rather crass Christmas decorations, with numerous cards adorning every visible table and mantelpiece, showcasing just how popular Ben and his family really were. The table was beautifully laid, with a red cotton cloth resting underneath an elegant cream dining table. The old man found that the rest of Ben's family were just as pleasant and cordial, we'll say that one, as he was. Timmy and Camilla were kind and very well behaved for their age, helping the frail old man into his chair and carefully, and then waiting on him, topping up his drink as their mother and father busied themselves in the kitchen. Finally, Lucy appeared, carrying a huge centerpiece plate. It was unusually large, and
The advertisement went directly over top of the text, so I can't read it until it shifts again. Damn it. Tall, hunchback, crooked nose, no bitches? Sounds like me for real. Can't read it. I can't close it. Oh, it changed. Alright, we're back.
finally Lucy appeared carrying a huge centerpiece. I'm going to read this whole sentence again. It was unusually large, and as she sat in the middle of the table, empty and devoid of food, Old Man Seer caught a look on Lucy's face. It was brief, and he immediately attempted to disregard it as a product of his imagination, but it unsettled him deeply. It was as if a private joke had passed between the eyes of Lucy and her children, a flicker of a grin. Not one of kindness or of Christmas spirit, but rather one of resembling that of a conspiratorial bully. As if Seer was an unwitting recipient of some unwholesome prank waiting to be ridiculed. Just as the uneasy began to diminish, Ben appeared with a large jagged carving knife and a long two-pronged fork, which reminded Seer more of a butcher's implement than that required to cut a decently sized turkey. A turkey which became increasingly conspicuous by its absence. There they sat, over an hour, each member of the Cardinal family replenishing the old man's drink with enthusiasm and showing concern for every and each cough or moment of uncomfortable breathing experienced by their guest. But it was a strange concern. They sat gleefully, asking Seer questions, and then listening to the stories and answer which came out about his life, where he had lived, how many battles he had fought in. But the interest and concern seemed to be distant somehow. It was only skin deep. Each time their guests mentioned the old country, those same conspiracy-laden glances were traded across the table, as if excited, not by the content of the story, but rather by the simple fact that Seer was a foreigner. The absence of not only food, but that of a mere mention of it was unsettling enough. What was more perplexing was that Ben repeatedly stole looks towards an antique clock which sat on the mantelpiece above the fire. Looks which were poorly hidden and betrayed by their purpose. He was counting down the minutes to some event. While the old man had no idea what this event was, it certainly was apparent that it was not connected to anything cooking in the kitchen oven. Seer knew that there was simply no food being roasted, grilled, or even cooled on a window ledge nearby. Whatever was being planned, it was not going to involve him eating a Christmas meal. It was Camilla who stopped smiling at first at his anecdotes and historical observations. She had ceased listening. No longer was she politely laughing at obvious jokes and the endearing sight of an old man repeating himself through forgetfulness. Camilla was simply staring with those pinpoint, cold, dark eyes, as a snake before it strikes. Timmy was next to abandon his axe as he began to grin menacingly at Seer as his hands gripped a small, serrated steak knife intently. The most alarming thing was that the focus of Timmy's stare was not on the old man's face, but his wrinkled neck. With one last glance at the clock, Ben ceased being the jovial, attentive host, and began to run his fingers along a huge carving knife in front of him, with a mixture of anger and lust upon his face. Seer had seen many things in his time, but nothing as surprisingly strange and unnerving as this. Finally, when the clock began to chime, Lucy relinquished her false, endearing shell and exposed the cold-hearted and twisted personality which lay beneath. The chimes slowly rang throughout the house, one by one, echoing lonely and piercing in their symbolism. Each of the cardinals rose up from their chairs, sharp, jagged knives in hand, and waited. The chime rang once, and they uttered an indecipherable phrase in unison. The chime rang twice, and they increased their cult-like course and ferocity and volume. There is an advertisement in the way. It's more in the way now. I can't even get rid of it.
But if you want to get free shipping plus 3 gifts, get 75% off of fresh ingredients. Thank you. Now there's an onion on a foot? I don't want to know.
The chime rang 3 times, and then they stopped. They were all silent. The house devoid of sound, Christmas spirit, and that of hope. The old man's wheezing grew in intensity as the uniquely bizarre sight of the twisted family about to dine dawned upon Seer. The family then quietly and efficiently walked around the dining table and stood motionless surrounding their guest. Just as the old man was about to inquire what was to become of him, the clock on the mantelpiece burst into life one final time. The chime was different from the others. It was sharper, somehow fouler, and echoed once, and once only, through the cardinal home. From behind, Lucy slit the old man's throat from ear to ear as Ben thrust his carving knife deep into Seer's stomach. Both parents then removed their knife and stood back watching with pride as Camilla cut and stabbed repeatedly while Timmy thrust his steak knife in and out of Seer's legs, neck, and arms. After a few minutes, the frenzy diminished as both children grew tired, and with one last downward thrust, Timmy drove his steak knife deep in the old man's hand. Then it skewered it completely, embedding itself into the table on which the hand rested. The children now ran to their parents' collective embrace. They hugged and rejoiced in what a fantastic Christmas game. It was a fantastic Christmas game, and now could look forward with delight to some succulent exotic meat. Arms wrapped around one another, They stared at their victim and began to laugh loudly, commenting on the old fool stories of times gone by, the war, and the old country. As they turned to each other once more, their laughter diminished, and they looked into each other's rosy, blood-covered faces. They shared a family moment. This had been one of Ben's favorite sacrifices. But the laughter had not completely ceased. One person was still laughing loudly. Confusion turned to abject horror as the bizarre truth revealed itself. It was Seer. Sitting covered in blood, his head tilted back, and the deep cut in his throat wide open. The dinner guest laughed loud and strong, a laugh which was both young and old. His head arched forward as he pulled Timmy's steak knife out of his hand, dropping it to the floor. Camilla screamed as Lucy hid behind Ben. They thought to be a corpse now stared at them as they had stared with a singular purpose. Timmy began to pee himself and cry as two previously retracted fangs cracked through the old man's upper gums, revealing a serrated and terrifying grin. As he rose to his feet, Lucy fainted, and with both punch and age now gone, Cardinal's guest loomed tall and dark before them, his eyes piercing, telling tales of countries and decades and of centuries of existence. Seer ate well that Christmas.
The end. I was hoping that story would take a turn like that. That was a good story. I like that one. I don't like the freaking advertisements on this page. It keeps shifting everything down. It's hard to read. And then it overlaps on the text. Be better. Do better, creepypasta.com. That's a good story, though. By Michael Whitehouse. Thank you for that. We have time, probably time for another one if you guys want to hear one more. Hitler never drank G Fuel. Don't be like Hitler. Pretty good. An advertisement!
Yes.
Yes. I guess for storytime days, I wonder if it would be better to have like the advertisement tracking thing like you have, Moose, so I don't. I guess I don't know. We'll see. You think ladies in your area pops up as Kaiko tries to read creepypasta. It's this simple method naturally fights neurotherapy. Try it. And it's a picture of somebody holding an onion to the bottom of their foot. Almost done with story 3? We might have time to squeeze that one in. Dumbos try to eat a vampire. I know, idiots. But it's exactly what Seer needed. I don't know how to say the name. It was too much. Do all creepypastas start with that? Like the little, like, spoiler? Looks like it does. I don't know why it's there. I don't know why it's there either. I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna read. No, let me look at the ratings. This one's 8.99. Oh, this one's 9.16. We'll read that one. It's called A Particular Kind of Madness. I have to figure out where it actually starts. here. The stupid way to do things. I'm taking another drink. Okay. I don't know actually where the start of this, so I'm just gonna pick this one as it seems like it might be. Yeah, about right here. I'm gonna go see their grandma. For several hours, we drove through the vast open farm fields that stretched from horizon to horizon. My great-grandma's house was down a narrow dirt road, off a wide dirt road, off a gravel tractor lane. As a city boy, it was more or less the most remote possible dwelling I could imagine. He was born there, lived her entire life there, and would soon, well, as we parked in an open, muddy rectangle and stepped out to stretch our legs, the consistency of the place surrounded me. Every single year of my life, this house and its land had been exactly the same. The sky was open blue, the earth was a sea of waving gold, and the wind was a smooth river of cool warmth. There's never anything to mar those 3 pillars of sensory experiences except the house, the barn, and the defunct old tractor, and the bell. The bell was a simple thing raised high into an old metal crook. It sat out in the fields, about a quarter mile from the house, serving as a measure of the wind. If a storm was coming, the bell was supposed to ring, a necessary precaution in tornado country. The only problem was the bell and its crook had rusted over long ago. Every time I got out of the family van, from age 5 to age 26, I glanced at that direction and felt a sense of unease as my gaze fell upon that decaying artifact. This time, at age of 27, I looked over it and saw that the bell had been scraped and polished, clean of rust. It glinted in the sunlight, practically daring me to look at it. I followed my family inside while struggling with a feeling of dread that I couldn't articulate. Who cleaned the bell? Why? I tried to stop thinking about it as we gathered in the kitchen and said our hellos. My great-grandma was making tea and shooed off our attempts to help. She was a frail woman, for whom movement was difficult, but she'd never let that stop her. And you get to do my grandma voice. Wi-Fi password is on a note in the living room, she told us with an unquestionable authority. Go stare at your phones and the tea will be ready in a moment. My brother and I did as we were told, but my parents turned on the television instead of looking at their phones. For a few minutes, we stayed in our separate worlds, only returning to the present when my great-grandma brought in tea. We had a nice time. At night, when everyone else was long asleep, I happened to open my eyes and see a glow under the door of the guest room I shared with my brother. My parents were in a different room and would not see the same light. It was up to me to investigate. Quietly, so as not to wake him, I crept out and down, finding my great-grandma still awake. She sat in her big jade leather chair, her gaze on the television. She asked me without looking my way. Don't fall for this stuff, do ya? What, like ads? She pointed her thin arm at a nearby couch. Sit. I sat. I'm gonna tell you a family secret, she said softly, finally looking in my direction. It's for you and possibly your brother, but not your parents. Do you understand? I didn't, not fully, but I nodded. You know, I was an orphan for a time. Born in this house, lived with my family, but then raised by an uncle after it happened. Didn't wait for my nod. I was 10 years old that night. It was my birthday. I think this is like going into the past now. My mother had gotten me a small cake about the size of your fist. I look forward to that cake every year. Since we didn't exactly have sweets bounding about back then, it was 11 cents, so rather expensive. But my mother got one for every one of us on our birthdays, no matter what. No matter what she had to scrimp or save. All year long, I saw Mary get her cake in January, Arthur's cake in March, Eleanor in June, Clarence in July, and then Ruth a week after Clarence. And it was months and months until me, the odd one out, on October 29th. I was so excited for the cake. As the days rolled closer, as morning dawned, as the hours inched by, I hopped around the house like a bunny rabbit. But I wasn't allowed to eat until well after supper. I stared at the clock. Oh, I know. Yes, that one on the mantel there. The brass one with the chrome and the chrome one, the same one, but I stared at that clock, so I know. Night fell at 6:41. That was the moment bright orange stopped glitting off that clock and my mother rose to light the lamp. I looked up to her. Now, she smiled and shook her head. My brothers and sisters complained in chorus in support of me, but then she just shook her head at them. Too soon, and she'll ruin her supper. Father came in from the fields not long after, dirty and tired as all get out. He ate in silence while we chatted endlessly about what type of cake it would be. Under the frosting, who knew? It might even be raspberry, vanilla, or even chocolate. We grew silent as Father neared the cleaning of his plate, an event which would mark the end of supper. 4 pieces of meat and bread remained, then 3, then 2, any moment now. He stopped at the last piece, holding it unmoving above the remaining dollop of gravy. We turned our heads. It was the bell. The bell was ringing out in the fields. Father grunted and put his last piece of food back on the plate before rising. He opened the front door. We braced ourselves for the wind, but none came. He spat on and held up a finger into the night air, then shook his head. He moved back to our lamplight and sat. Arthur asked, Is it gonna storm? Mary asked, Is there gonna be a tornado? My mother shook her head, smiled at us, and told us not to worry. No wind meant no storm. But the bell kept ringing. My father dipped his last piece of food in the gravy and prepared to eat it despite the constantly ringing bell. But then sighed and put it back down. He motioned to Clarence. Clarence was the oldest, so he understood. He was nearly a man himself. And he was tying the bell would be no problem. He grabbed a candle, protected the flame with his hand, and heading out the front door. My brothers and sisters and I piled on the window, opened it. We found nothing but absolute still, chilly air. We watched his little spot of light move out around the house and into the fields in the direction of the bell. The clanging metallic sound stopped, finally, and the candle's little flame hovered next to it for a solid minute. Why is he taking so long? Why is he taking so long to tie it, Ruth asked. Eleanor suggested, Maybe he's having trouble making a knot. Knots are tough. We watched for another minute or two before, and I know how this sounds. The little flame in that distance began to rise, slowly, smoothly, straight up. Followed it with her eyes. exclaiming the entire time as it moved out of sight beyond the roof overhang. The bell began to ring again. "This night must have come loose," Arthur said. Parents came to look at our insistence, but there was nothing to see by then. Father motioned Arthur. Happy to help out, Arthur grabbed the full lamp rather than a candle and hurried out the front door, around the house, and into the fields while we watched from the window. The lamp was easier to see, and there was absolutely certain he would reach the crook. As the lamplight hovered there, the bell stopped ringing. At that point, we had no reason to think anything was amiss. Maybe the wind had just blown a wisp of burning candle string up into the sky, and Clarence had gotten lost in the dark. He would see the lamplight and find Arthur, and they'd both come back. The rising little flame we'd seen had just been a fluke. Only problem was, staring out into the autumn night, we still felt no wind at all. We stared at that unmoving light for a strangely long period of time. What was he doing out there? Was he calling for his brother? Why couldn't we hear him if so? Parents looked away for a moment, and in that instant the lamp went out. The children bleated, but by the time they glanced back there was nothing to see. Only darkness. And the bell rang again. My father began to grumble, but there was no more suns to send outside. He narrowed his eyes with thought and handed Ruth, the oldest girl among us, our main lamp. Our mother laughed. "Ruth, be a good dear and go find your silly brothers." Ruth was a little hesitant, but she accepted the lamp, leaving us in darkness without it. She headed out around the house and into the fields. This lamp was brighter, and we could actually see her carrying hand, and her white pajamas and a small lit halo. On the way there, she regularly called out, "Clarence, Arthur, you two lost." Out halfway to where the other two lights had stopped, her calls went instantly silent, mid-sentence. "Clarence, It wasn't that she'd given up yelling. The sound reaching us had simply stopped completely. We could see her still carrying the lamp, still see her hand and her pajamas, still see her turning this way and that. She even raised the house lamp near her face, and we saw her shouting into the darkness. We just didn't hear anything. Nothing except a consistently clanging bell, growing faster in pace and louder in urgency. Mary and Eleanor and I looked up at our parents with fearful, great gazes. My father shook his head, speaking for the first time that night. "Well, there's wind out there after all. There was like a river inside an ocean, moving fast out there, carrying her voice away. We can't feel it here." My mother seemed worried, but she nodded and accepted that. We saw her accepting it, so we gulped and believed it too. We all glued our eyes on that open window. Ruth reached the bell, and in that stronger light, entered our view, unmoving at the exact same time we had heard the stop ringing. Ruth looked this way and that, clearly concerned. She seemed to silently yell at a time or two before moving closer to the motionless bell. A half-tied rope hung from the crook, and an indication that someone had attempted to tie it, but we couldn't see Clarence or Arthur anywhere near her. She put the lamp down on the ground to free her hands for tying the rope the rest of the way, but that mostly hid the light among the low-lying, recently harvested stalks. We waited. Breath held. Air held and my lungs started to burn. Long last, we forced to breathe again. Ruth's light continued to sit there, barely visible between the broken plants. "It's taking so long?" Mary asked. Eleanor said, "I hope she's all right." And Father told us, "She's fine. Damn kids are just playing a game with us." Our mother nodded in agreement. "Eleanor, go fetch your sister, will you?" Eleanor shook her head. "No way, it's scary out there." It's just a game. You're not playing a game with us too, are you? "No," Eleanor gulped. "Then go get your sister and brothers and tell them to come back in." It was pitch black out there, and almost the same inside with us, save for one lone candle. Trembling, Eleanor took our last candle and crept out into the night, scooting along the side of the house to stay as close to us as possible. Shakingly, she called, "Ruth, Arthur, Clarence, this isn't funny anymore." Now it was we who sat in the dark. As Eleanor began to move further away within the last of our light, we tensed. Father eyed the open front door and Mother softly moved to close it and latch it. I wondered what they meant by that move, because how were the others supposed to get back in? But I suppose they'd unlatch it if anyone came back and knocked. Mother moved away from us and searched for more candles, though through it all, the bell kept ringing out in the dark. Increasingly scared, I held Mary's hand tightly and yelled out the window, "Be careful, Ellie!" She must have happened to cross that invisible silent threshold at that moment, because she turned around in surprise and stepped closer. "I heard your voice go quiet. But there's no wind. Papa's wrong." She stepped away again. "See, when I get past this point, my..." Pull up the candle to show that her mouth was still moving, but we heard nothing. Come to think of it, her hair wasn't moving. We hadn't seen Ruth's pajamas blowing in the wind either. I asked Father, What's doing that? What's making it quiet out there?" "Just a game," Father insisted. "They're all lying. She's just pretending to make noise, so it looks like she's being silenced." Eleanor reached the bell. My father's grip on my shoulder squeezed to nearly painful. He reached down for the lamp. Ruth had left, lifting it with one hand and holding the candle with the other. She approached the clanging bell. "See?" Mary whispered to Father. "The candle's not going out, even though she's not protecting the flame. There's no wind out there." "But the bell is ringing," he said gruffly, "so there is wind." Eleanor kept looking left and right as if she'd heard something. Slowly she reached the bell, which was hanging unmoving on the crock. But we could still hear it ringing. Next to me, Mary began to cry. "It's a game," Father said angrily. "It's just a game they're playing." Eleanor threw the lamp at something in the dark. Saw the lamp crash and shatter, go dark, but we heard nothing. She raced towards us, candle in hand, but the flame went out because of her haste. And we waited to hear her approaching or screaming, and nothing followed. The bell continued to clang. We waited in terrified silence. Mother returned with a candle for each of us, and we sat vigil at the window. Nothing and no one moved. For hours the bell clanged without wind. That night remained pitch black. The bell clanged and clanged and clanged, driving deeper into our ears with each passing minute. Near midnight we broke. Father was beyond agitated. "Mary, go find your brothers and sister." "No," she cried. "I'm not going out there." Mother glared at her. "You have to. This game has to stop." Urged on by both of them, Mary burst into tears and climbed out the window. Holding her small candle, she inched out into the fields. Her sobs went quiet as she passed that same point in the darkness. Her flame reached the bell and the ringing stopped. Her flame snuffed out. We held our breaths. The bell began ringing again. Father clenched his fist. Go. I turned and I saw he was looking at me. I suddenly realized I was the only child left in the house. And I felt horribly alone. Everything in me shrieked against the thought of going out in that cursed night. No. My mother wavered in place, no longer adamantly in line with my father. She began to cry too. What are you doing? He demanded. It's just a game. There's nothing to be scared of. She screamed and demanded. Why do you keep saying that? Why have I been helping you do this? Grabbed her and shouted in her face, because we haven't been sending our children to their deaths. That's not what's happening. Pushed his hand away and ran for the window. Pushing past me, she tumbled out and ran screaming towards the still clanging bell. Not out of fear of father, but out of terror for her children. Arthur! Clarence, Ruth, Eleanor, Mary, for God's sake, where are you? I growled and leapt out after her, yelling, We didn't kill them! Everything's fine! Both continued shouting until they got past that point in the dark. All went silent, except for the bell. Twice more it stopped ringing, and twice more it began again. In panic and terror beyond reason, I closed and lashed the window and pushed all the furniture against every entry into the house. I curled in a cupboard, holding the last candle up to my face as it slowly melted its way down my fingers. I was alone. Somehow, I was alone. We'd all seen the danger and stared right at it as it happened. But one by one, they'd all gone out. We'd all gone on there anyway. I'd been surrounded by a full band of siblings my entire life, and now I was completely and utterly alone in a house in the middle of nowhere. I lengthened my candle. It was 3 in the morning. A knock came at the door. I trembled, but I didn't make a sound. The knock sounded again. 40 heartbeats later, it was louder this time. I shook, holding my candle tight. The third knock was more like a tremendous crash or a kick, and I heard the door explode inward. 60 heartbeats of silence passed, and the floorboards creaked. Something in me told me to put out my candle for fear of being seen through the cracks in the cupboard, but I didn't dare. Not darkness. I couldn't handle darkness. I would scream if I did, so I kept it lit. Slow, quiet steps moved through the house. Whoever it was seemed to be pausing and listening at times. At others, they would rush forward in random spots with sudden frenzy and then stop abruptly. 400 heartbeats after that, the bell began ringing again. This time, it rang from inside the house. It rang from the kitchen. It rang from near the bed. It rang outside my cupboard. Clanging 10 feet away, clanging 5 feet away, clanging right up against the cupboard. And then it opened. I sat expectantly, my mouth and eyes wide as I waited for my great-grandmother to continue. After a bit, I realized that was it. But what did you see? She shook her head. That's not the point. I'm here, so obviously I survived, and a young man like you doesn't need to know what horrors walk this world outside the paved cities of man. Gulping, I asked, Not just pulling my leg. This really happened? Yes. Gaze went distant by television light. Here's what I want to tell you, and what you should tell your brother. The thing that opened the cupboard door and stared at me from the dark, the thing that hoped to wait out my candle before the coming of dawn, had a bell tied to one of its teeth, with a blood-soaked rag, such that it would clang when its mouth was open for hunting. Somehow, someway, some heroic poor soul managed to tie a warning bell to that thing before they died. We heard that warning bell all night long. And yet my entire family walked out there one by one. We didn't listen because we didn't want to listen. My father knew what he was doing halfway through, but he didn't want to accept what he'd already done. So he did even worse to continue living the lie. I narrowed my eyes. What are you saying? She grabbed my hand briefly. Fear will tell you to put your candle out, but your head will tell you to keep it lit. Don't give in to fear. You keep it lit. You'll get through this. Turning my head, I became aware of a sound in the distance. Is that the bell? I was so caught up, I didn't even notice. How long has that been ringing? Just clenched her fist and turned back to the television. The end. That was good. I like that one. You see why it was rated so high. Spoopy. It's like an old timey siren head. It's Bellman. That was wow. That was pretty good. I have to peruse the site more and find some other stories. I probably should read them through first. I can predict better. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of that one. See if Pengu is finished. Last story. Oh, you did! Alright, we'll read Pengu's last story and then we'll find somebody to read after that. This one is called When Did Kayla Start Writing Creepypastas? It's just her dreams. It's just Kayla's dreams. He has some spooky stories. I wish she would premise with I had a dream because I get really confused for a little bit and I'm like, this is horrible. Alright. Siblings. Sandman's always been known as the master of sleep and dreams. When any creature on the planet struggles to sleep, they wish the Sandman would come and sprinkle some of that magic dust into their ear and instantly knock them unconscious. However, the Sandman is always received with mixed reception. Some are happy to have him visit, while others curse him for the nightmares that invaded their evenings. The young woman had always suffered from insomnia, dreading each night for the nightmares that would come. The dark crescent moons beneath her eyes were the tormented marks of Sandman's regular visits. I mean, honestly, sometimes. She loathed the god of sleep's existence and wondered if there was a way to trap or end his cursed life, like the Greeks proclaimed was possible in their myths. It was Friday evening, and the weekend was right around the corner. For her, this meant, at least if she stayed up late, it wouldn't matter the next day. Glancing from the game she had pulled up on her main monitor to show the dang it. I need to take another drink. Okay. Glancing from the game she had pulled up on her main monitor to the show that was running in the background on her second, she could not help but notice the cold white numbers in the corner of the screen. 9:32 p.m. Her wits were sharpened as if a wind of constitution had rushed through her veins. Tonight she would not let him win. Tonight the Sandman would not claim her wakefulness. Armed with a case of energy drinks, food on the way, and an army of friends online, as she was prepared for a long night of fun and sleeplessness. As the night progressed, the food was eaten, the drinks were consumed, and the friends slowly dropped off one by one. As her show began to end, with her last friend heading off to bed, the cold numbers were reading 2:02 a.m. Her eyes were beginning to get heavy. The woman was praying for a second wind to come and drive her through to sunrise. Her eyes bolted open as the cold wind began to engulf her shoulders. She quickly turned and saw the curtains to her window blowing and the wind flowing through the cracked window. She exhaled a breath that she didn't realize she was holding in, grateful for the unplanned shock. The woman rose, crossed the room, and closed the window, latching it in place. Before turning away, she couldn't help but notice a shadowy figure standing beneath the headlight across the street from her building. Living on the 5th floor, she never felt scared of any sketchy figures out late at night. Some nights, when she was up this late, she would watch them, trying to come up with stories of what had them out this late. However, tonight the streets were empty except for the shadow lurking beneath the light. She jumped when she heard the mug come to a rest gently on her table. She lived alone, and everyone who owned a key to her apartment was already asleep for the night. No one was certain that she had locked her door. Even as a small child, she was warned the dangers of a large city. Oh.
It's been so long since we last talked, my dear. I would say almost 20 years now since the last time I visited. Sorry about that. There have been more and more requests from me every year.
The woman spun on her heels, falling back against the wall at the musically soothing voice that came from her table. Set at the head of the table was a man gleaming in golden light, with what appeared to be a flecks of gold leaf falling like snow all around him. His facial features were both sharp yet smooth, as if stone chiseled into one of the most handsome faces she had ever seen. Even though the woman found the man shockingly beautiful, she still had prickling pins and needles as if she was in danger. The man gestured to the chair across from him, and before she realized what had happened, she was seated across from him. "Who are you?" the woman asked, her voice shaking with a mixture of excitement and fear.
Who do you think I am, my dear?
The man replied, taking another gulp of his coffee.
Sandman, the person who has cursed.
"The Sandman? The person who has cursed me every night of my life?" the woman retorted, with a slight venomous growl in her voice.
Now, girl, you're half right. I understand, man, but I'm not the one who has been haunting your dreams for years.
The Sandman gestured to the window.
That damn brother of mine just refuses to leave you well enough alone. He has been quite active for the last 2 decades, and I'm beginning to grow quite tired of his antics.
He said this time, placing the mug down with more force.
Imagine your job every single day, all day, is to go around, find the creature struggling to sleep, and help them. I try so hard to learn everything about life on this planet so that I can give them the best dreams so that they can sleep peacefully. Now picture this. As a sick joke, your brother is the master of nightmares and feeds on all forms of negativity. Every single night, it's a race between my brother and I to see how many lives we can affect, for better or worse. However, everyone just assumes your brother and you are the same person, so your job is absolutely thankless.
The mug made a loud crack as it slammed against the table. A deep sadness and loneliness etched its way across his features. Eyes pointed and an invisible point on the table in front of him. The light became muted. The golden snow slowed, and the Sandman's shoulders slumped as if they were shelves that broke on one side. He took a deep breath and replaced it with a heavy sigh.
I'm sorry I have failed you for so long. I thought what I gave you as a child would protect you from him.
Sandman flung his hand out, an aggressively pointed finger out the window.
It was never my intention to abandon you or any creature to suffer at the hands of my brother.
The woman rose from her chair, closed the distance to the table, dropped to a knee, and embraced the Sandman in a hug. When was the last time you were able to rest and take a break? Isn't there anyone else who can help with your burden? The Sandman looked up, and for the first time the woman was able to see the dark crescent moons beneath his eyes as well.
Sadly, no. This is my burden to bear alone, with no help and no support at all.
Both the Sandman and the woman jumped at the crisp snap of one of the woman's energy drinks being open. Why do you insist on begging for sympathy from everything you can hear? The voice was deeper. I have them backwards.
I hope you don't mind, ma'am. I've helped myself to one of your delicious drinks.
The man said, setting the can down gingerly on the table. The woman rose rapidly, instinctively throwing her arms defensively to her sides, blocking the Sandman from any perceived danger. Her eyes went wide, and a breath caught in her throat from a sudden inhalation of air. The man was now occupying the chair that she sat in once, she was once in, was stunning. Made of long, raven hair framed the face, porcelain white, that ended in a perfectly pointed beard. His eyes were infinitely black, that you could easily get lost staring into. Unlike his brother, the boogeyman had an encompassing darkness flowing around him, as if black rain was falling through a slightly stormy night.
Dear brother,
The boogeyman said,
you have never been alone. I have always been around, bracing you from place to place, helping to keep your days interesting. Come now, if you were always able to help everyone, would you eventually grow bored? Would you not eventually come to feel empty in your work? I am the father of nightmares, just as you are the father of dreams. Without me, even those would become boring for all to receive.
The boogeyman took another swig from the can, spinning it on his finger before setting it on the table with a wicked smile, spinning across his face.
Boring? Boring? Do you have any idea how hard things are getting out here? Look around, brother. Nightmares are running rampant. Insomnia is just an assumption at this point. And everyone assumes We are one and the same. Everyone is suffering, and yet you continue to torment the masses. Are you not full enough? Have you not fed enough on the horrors of the night? No. You are nothing more than a gluttonous god of existence, of excess.
The Sandman slammed his fist on the table, punctuating his words as he rose to his feet.
You blame me for growing lazy over the years and becoming too slow to help others. There is much to blame, if not more, for how successful. Oh,
I understand.
you blame me for growing lazy over the years and becoming too slow to help others. You are as much to blame as if not more so for how successful I have been. If you had not slacked for so many years, maybe the world would be more in balance. But no, you have chosen time and again to take your time from place to place. The ever reliable tortoise. Only unlike the hare from the stories, I refuse to take a break.
Boogeyman's voice boomed, and his nightmarish aura engulfed the room, choking out all the light except that emanating from the Sandman. The woman's eyes darted from brother to brother as their anger flared in her dining room. What could she do? The woman pondered. Both of these beings were gods, and she was nothing more than an exhausted mortal who had constantly been abused by one and neglected by the other. She cleared her throat, drawing the burning gaze of both her brothers. Have you both tried to come to an agreement before? I've been haunted by nightmares for 20 years now. Thanks, by the way. The woman's voice full of sarcasm as she glanced at the boogeyman. The boogeyman saluted with a can.
You're welcome, ma'am.
He said with a playful smile. The woman rolled her eyes. What I'm saying is that seems a little one-sided, don't you think? No joy, no happiness, no release at night, just haunting terrors. Could you not spread out both nightmares and dreams as well? And I might possibly be crazy for suggesting this, but we both could take a vacation. The brothers looked from the woman to each other and then back at her.
What happens if people don't dream?
The Sandman asked. We just sleep. Sure, it's not the most restful nights, however, let me tell you, a night without nightmares is more of a blessing than a curse at this point. The woman shyly turned to the Sandman. I mean, at this point I've gone without dreams for 20 years and instead have faced the full force of nightmares. The Sandman looked down in shame.
I'm sorry for failing you. For so long. But I see your point. An all too familiar...
It seemed that an all too familiar clink rang from the far side of the table as an empty can came to rest upon it. Boogeyman walked up to his brother.
Let's switch every day, north and south, Monday through Thursday. And we give the world a break on the weekends. No dreams, no nightmares, just rest. Unless we are specifically requested.
The boogeyman's hand hovered in the air between him and his brother. Without speaking a word, and brushing his brother's hand aside, the Sandman embraced his brother in a hug, bringing a warm smile to both their faces. Who's reading this part?
Thanks for the pick-me-up. Now I have to get back to... Thanks for the pick-me-up. Now I have to get back to inspiring the horror of the future, ma'am.
Without another word, the boogeyman faded into a cloud of black smoke that seeped through the small crack between the bottom, the window, and the wall. As she turned to look at the Sandman, she could have sworn he was blushing.
My dear, do you have anything you would like of me before I leave? You have helped my brother and I out so much tonight. I don't feel like a wonderful dream would be enough.
The woman pondered, tapping her finger at the bottom of her lip. Tapping her finger on her bottom lip. Come by from time to time. When I can't sleep, it would be nice to have a friend to talk to during these sleepless nights. The Sandman began to laugh.
That's a promise I can keep. Until next time, my dear kind friend.
Placed a glass bottle of golden-looking sand on her table and bowed as sunlight pierced through their window, and he dissolved into it. Her eyes went wide as the memory returned of a glass bottle she had as a child of golden sand. She had no recollection of where it had come from, just that she had always had the best dreams when she sprinkled them on her pillow. Months had passed since the last visit, and the woman became close friends with both the brothers of the night. The Sandman was always a gentleman, full of pleasant stories that could warm your heart. Meanwhile, the Boogeyman was surprisingly good company, full of humor and mischievous ideas. The woman came to understand the true importance of both dreams and nightmares as time stretched forward. So just remember, whether it's a vivid dream that you wake the next morning remembering, or a nightmare that had abruptly drawn you from your slumber, that's one of the brothers visiting you to add a little excitement to your night. And I should have done a better job separating the brothers. No, it's okay. There was, I think, just one part. It was like, you did a really good job at separating for most part. It's just like I always like try to separate the quotes for more. Listen. It is so late. My brain is broken. Separate it at the quotes so that it's easier to read when you're doing character voices. But otherwise, the format's just fine. For story purposes, it's perfect. Dreams and Nightmares. Great album by Meek Mill. What the hell's a Meek Mill? Thank you. Always a pleasure to read them. I very much enjoy it. Now, I'm afraid the time has come to find somebody to raid. Because I have to be ready for tomorrow. Make sure that's good. We hear no rando. Thank you for being here, and thank you again for the gifted subs and the bits and the hype trains. I really appreciate it. It very much means a lot to me. Let's get set up, self. Have a good night. Thank you so much for the stories. I really appreciate it. Keep them coming. Next time I do a story night, I'll read some more. Wow, there's surprisingly a lot of people streaming tonight. We could go say hi to Fido. Yeah, let's do that. Go say hi to Fido. I think he's playing Demonologist with Etch. We will do that. Here is the raid message. Make sure you copy and paste that. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Hurry up and upload the VOD so you can see yourself. Okay, I will. It uploads automatically. You don't have to worry about that. You can watch it immediately. Thank you for being here. Like I said, thank you so much for the gifted subs and the resubs and the new follows and all the bits and the hype trains. I very much appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. We're aiming for 5 p.m. EST, so at least by 6 p.m. we will be singing some karaoke. Fido is raiding somebody, so we're not gonna go say hi to Fido. Let's pick somebody else. Iris! I didn't see Iris in there. This is Chibi Iris. We're gonna go say hi to Iris before she quits. Where you put in song suggestions, you can DM them to me directly or to Biggs if you want Biggs to sing them. I do have a list I kept forgetting to give to Biggs, but we've got, so this weekend is karaoke, and the next weekend is Biggs' birthday, so we'll be doing karaoke again. Like I said, make sure you copy and paste that when we go over to Iris's chat, and if you don't, give her a follow. She is a wonderful little ferret. And her band of animals. You raid Resi if that affects your decision? Yeah, thank you. But I didn't see Iris, and I rarely get to raid her, so this is perfect. It's perfect. She's your aunt too. Yes, she's everybody's Aunt Iris. Iris is everybody's aunt. But I'll be back tomorrow. I hope to see you all there. Thank you for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the stories. Thank you. A big thank you to Pengu for writing some. And Moo, thank you for suggesting the story. I really appreciate it. We will possibly do this again in the future. We'll see. But that's it for me, because I'm out of drink. And that means we're out of time. I'm Kaiko, thanks for watching, and I hope to see you in the next stream. Bye-bye!